Hello. Chair has been activated. So true. Hello, hi. What is up? Oh, I can get this out of the way now. Hold on. Group. No, that's the camera. This one. Gone. Hello. Yes, I did become real. Hi. Hello. How are we doing today? Moon and Eastan. Hope you guys are well. I hope you guys are ready for fucking Captain Underpants. Oh my god. It's the big fucking day. The big one. How are you guys' Saturdays? I'm pretty sure. Moon, I know you said that you already had a chill one. But I just want to make sure I'm understanding everything correctly. I have my fucking outfit set up for this bit. I hope it's worth it. And let me tell you, chat, I am fucking, I wouldn't say I'm nervous. This is just the first time I'm reading out to someone since I was like a wee little Bobby. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Beautiful. Oh wait, I can turn on my chat bubbly. There we go. Now you guys are chatting in here now. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I had my class. Came back to my house. Good thing it was in the morning. Yep, understandable. I never actually got into Captain Underpants back in the day. But hey, when in Rome. Today is the day we're in Rome. Yo! See, look at that. Look at that. There you are. But yes, hold on. Let me get the fucking first book. Here it is. Captain Underpants. An epic novel. We got 3 books to read through. We'll be talking through like the whole thing. Also, the TV's set up with like alerts and stuff, so if shit happens, we may have to take a break from reading to look over at the beautiful TV that we have set up over there. Ugh, excuse the fuck out of me. And then after we're finished reading, we'll play some Cult of the Lamb and or maybe some more Wario Land 3. I am assured by its fans. It's truly a work of art. Yeah, this thing, oh my god. It got its own freaking movie. That's how you know this, that's how you know it's good. I've been reading some of this just to get myself all like caught up and just like kind of get into the act of reading again. Because I don't really read for fun anymore. I never really did it for fun, with the exception of like these books. And let me tell you, rereading this was a trip. There are some things that I totally forgot were said and done. The thing that's gonna be the most interesting is gonna be the Flip-O-Rama, because like I've been prepping that up. That's the most training I've done with this, where like I open up and I like do the Flip-O-Rama for you guys. You know what I mean? It's pretty tricky. Hey, Koopy, should have been here earlier, but I was in an escape room. You're totally fine. We haven't started a damn thing yet. We've just only been chatting, only been talking. I wanted to wait and see if there was anybody else who wanted to show up. Also, there are no ads on today's stream. Today was a milestone that we have achieved, so no ads. Why punish you guys with ads? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Base stream today. Let's go. Exactly. Gotta do some reading. Go play some video games. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be pretty damn cool. I'm just gonna quickly check and see. I hope that this jazz playlist that I'm listening to is... Yeah, okay. It looks like there is no copyright anything on this YouTube video, so I should be good. I think the only time I read a book was because of school, and they make sure to make it not fun. Exactly, man. That's what I'm saying. You know, shit's just anti-fun sometimes when it comes to shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, oh, there was this book that I read back in high school. And it was like Fahrenheit 451. That book was like so fucking boring. I had to watch the shitty 70s movie just so I was able to like understand everything. Honestly, I'm living for the smooth jazz fireplace and console TV vibes. Yeah, exactly. See, that's why I set up this room like this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I mean, but yeah, I only had fun reading this. What I actually have fun doing nowadays is actually listening to audiobooks. Hashtag not sponsored. But Audible, just like, I've just been listening to, what was it? What the fuck is it? The Avatar Last Airbender books. I've been listening to those. And oh boy, those are fucking fun. Those are fun romps and adventures. The one about Kyoshi. I don't know if they have an audiobook of the actual of the graphic novel that they had. It's beautiful. I've got to make you one of these backgrounds with Noko in it too. Well, Noko's here. Noko's just hiding down there, ready to speak when he's given a command, or when whenever they are ready to speak. You know what I mean? Dude's just hitting the shadows. Ooh, all right. I was actually a decent book nerd back in high school. I like Fahrenheit. I like To Kill a Mockingbird. Given the choice between 1984 and Animal Farm, I picked 1984 and liked the two. Don't do much reading these days, though. You know how it goes. Yeah, exactly. You know. But reading, I think it was the first 6 chapters. No, first 7 chapters. 8 chapters. First 8 chapters of Captain Underpants was good enough progress. Just to make sure I don't stumble on my words too much. Dyslexia do be a killer, but still this book is pretty damn good when it comes to like size of the text. Like, look at that. That's pretty good. And the spacing is pretty damn good as well. I attempted the Iliad, but boy, Jesus Christ, am I not smart enough apparently. I actually started listening to that. The Iliad, the Odyssey, and some other book. But anyways, I do want to finish listening to that. That is a good listen. An epic journey, you know? But oh boy, is that fucking long. I think that was like 11, 12 hours long. That's like a fucking moon sit through. That's like a moon sitting, but just listening to shit. Which normally I'm fine with. Like if I'm driving, right? If I'm driving, then listening to books is like nothing. Because it's just, I got nothing else to do. Why not just listen to a book? All right. Also, I fucking I've noticed this for like the past couple of streams. Whenever I go into users in chat, there's like a bunch of fucking like bots. I finally banned them all, and it looks like they're all gone. So now I have an actual accurate reading on who's in the fucking chat. Whenever I peek my head in. Lurkers, I see you. I love you. Mwah. But yeah. All right. I think I'm not a bot. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, you're making me a little sussy. That's a little sussy. How are you doing, Oki? Don't look at me like that. I fucking see that fucking face here. Put that away. Put that away. Put that the fuck away. Kind of want to listen to Journey to the West someday. Curious about the OGs. Yeah, very true. I'm not a bot. Maybe you are. Doing okay. I'm splatooning. That's awesome. Let me know how that is. I've been kind of like poking around, peeking, and looking at people's like Splatoon gameplay and shit. Game looks fun. I just need to like, you know, save up money for something else. So purchasing big ass video games is kind of off my agenda. Keeping it to only indies and stuff. I assume I'm not a bot. I couldn't pass, and I'm not a robot capture. Then maybe you are a bot. I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. No, there's actually like bots that that just only like go into your chat just to like stay there. They're stagnant. They don't do anything except for advertise their own channel just by sitting there, and it's annoying to me. At the very least, it's very annoying to me. So I was like, fuck all you bitches. People who buy bots, make bots, get shit to spam in your chat. You're not cool. You're definitely not based. But yeah. All right. Do you guys want me to start reading? Or do you guys like to talk? Bots gotta say, which is a picture of a bike. Yo, who's got it? Who's got it? Somebody pass the test. I need everyone in chat to pass the test. Which one's the bike? Which one's the bike? Why do you think they target small channels? It's because talk is fun, but book is also fun. It's a really good question, Eastan, though. They target the people who actually have bots that like spam like messages in chat. They target like little channels because, you know, they're thinking in the mind of the bot creator. They're like, oh, I can push my like viewership shit, my viewership bots to like people who are trying to start off, and then I'll get their money. I'll get their money super easily, which is not the case. Goody Stan, that's very good. I'm glad you're not a bot. Usually never the case. And the other one is just I think for also little streamers, when it comes to just like kind of like looking at your chat and seeing like who's in there, and then potentially being like, oh, who's this person? I've never seen them before. They never chatted in here before. Lo and behold, for it to only be a stupid fucking bot. Know what I mean? Which kind of sucks. Which kind of sucks, TBH. Just annoying. I like, people just don't realize that that shit doesn't, I don't think it tricks anyone. And if it does trick someone, Twitch will fucking ban you for botting. It's like, what did you expect? All right. All right. Oh, wait. I want to keep on reading. Well, the thing about bots too is, like, at the end of the day, it's just easy. Like, when not just to send a bot in there. Worst case scenario, you waste like a minute setting it up. Yeah, exactly. You'll get like a couple of suckers. You'll get like a couple of suckers, you know? Kind of like where you have like those scam Fisher calls where it's just like, we are the IRS. I'm going to take all of your money in iTunes gift cards. You know, that doesn't get like, it gets like close to nobody except for like a 1 percentile amount of people who are old or very dumb or just very gullible, and then they get suckered out of like all their money. Know what I mean? All right, enough lollygagging for real this time. I mean, we can still keep on talking while I'm reading, but let's get the book started. This is the very first adventure of Captain Underpants, an epic novel by Dolph Pilkley. It's the first image. Oh, so I'm sorry if like my green screen starts to fuck up when I show like the book. It's just gonna happen. Okay, here we go. Let me get this up so you guys know what I'm reading. Chapter 1. George and Harold. This is very important, all right? I want everyone take notes on this, all right? Meet George Beard and Harold Hutchins. George is the kid on the left with the tie and the flat top. Harold is the one on the right with the t-shirt and the bad haircut. Remember that now. That's these two right over here. All right, which one's which? Which one's which? Which one's which? You guys gotta be quicker than that. You better do the preschool teacher picture show. Of course I am. Of course I am. I'm always gonna be like, yo, look at this. Oh, what's that over there? Pick your own roses. No, nothing devious will happen there. Also, hold on. I just need to quickly shift stuff around on my screen. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Shit, why the hell OBS? I don't need... Oh... OBS, I don't need shit to be like... My screen to be humongous. Anyways, back to this. George and Harold were best friends. And they had a lot in common. They lived right next door to each other, and they were both in the same 4th grade class at Jerome Horowitz Elementary School. George and Harold were usually responsible kids. Whenever anything bad happened... Wait, what? Wait, George and Harold were usually responsible kids. Whenever anything bad happened, George and Harold were usually responsible. Oh, that's what it is. It's going for the setup. It's going for the gotcha setup. It's like, what the fuck? Am I reading this correctly? But don't get the wrong idea about these two. George and Harold were actually very nice boys. No matter what everyone else thought, they were good, sweet, and lovable. That's what we love. That's what we love in our protagonists. Well, okay, maybe they weren't sweet and lovable, but they were good nonetheless. And remember, pick your own roses. Look at this. Pick our noses. Pick our noses. Oh. You may keck W now. They're just funny little fellas. Exactly. It's like, you thought wrong. Yo, Dov, this motherfucker knows what the fuck is up with storytelling. I need like a neon sign that's like, you may keck W now. You know how they have like applause now? Aw now, like they have in the live studio audience. It's like, oh, keck W now. Or whatever the fuck. Just that George and Harold each had a silly streak, in quotations, a mile long. Usually that silly streak was hard to control. Sometimes it got them into trouble, and once it got them into big trouble. But before I can tell you that story, I have to tell you this story. Kick W's sign is a Pogorino idea. I wonder, do they even have a live studio audience these days? Sometimes they do. Putting up laugh tracks. No, they have laugh track. Dude, I saw like a recent episode of American's Funniest Home Videos or whatever. They have an audience of just people at home watching from Zoom. And they're like, oh, I don't think it's like fake or anything. I don't think it's just like, oh yeah, we're gonna like bombard you with just like fake Keck W laughing shit. You know what I mean? It's just like people zoom in now to at least for American's Funniest Home Videos. I don't know if they still have live studio audiences other than that. Yeah, they zoomed in. They literally like panned over to like the fucking 10 billion screens of like people at home. People like, oh, look at Mary Sue at home. You know? It's like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Paying to be in Zoom. Get you 2 seconds of fame, I swear. All right. That was the end of chapter 1. Treehouse Comics Inc. was chapter 2. After a hard day of cracking jokes, pulling pranks, and causing mayhem at school, George and Harold like to rush to their old treehouse in George's backyard. Inside the treehouse were 2 big old fluffy chairs, a table, cupboard, crammed with junk food, and a padlocked crate filled with pencils, pens, and stacks of paper. Here you go. Well, I hope I'm doing this right. I have to like angle my fucking head correctly so I get like everything right. There you go. There's the comic book house. Hi, Craft. I saw that too. It's kind of cute. I mean, nice idea with quarantines and all. No, exactly. Peepo stare. Peepo smile. Can we get some Peepo smiles in chat? Also, hi, Craft. I hope you're doing well. You came in just in the nick of time. We only just started. You know what? Hold on. There you go. Thank you. Look at them! Look at that. They blink too. Now, Harold loved to draw, and George loved to make up stories, excuse me. Together, the two boys spent hours and hours writing and drawing their very own comic books. Over the years, they had created hundreds of their own comics, starring dozens of their own superheroes. First, there was Dog Man. Then came Timmy, the talking toilet. And who could forget the amazing cow lady? I certainly didn't forget. Had lunch and it was good. Peepo arrived. I love that Peepo arrived so much. That's good to hear. What'd you have? What you had to eat? Let me know. Oh shit, another fucking bot spotted. Get this motherfucker. Wait, is that? Oh, dude. Okay, whatever. But, alright. Amazing cow lady's one thing. But, dude, the all-time greatest superhero they ever made had to be the amazing Captain Underpants. Kill the bot? Okay, I'm killing the bot. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You get blocked. Maybe the bots just need a little love. Fuck them. Stop coming into my chat, asshole. Yeah, OS bot. One of my favorite emotes, sorry, I love getting sidetracked, is botting. This is one of my favorite emotes. It's just the robot typing out bigfollows.com. Do robots dream of electric sheep? Do robots cry coolant tears? Probably. Those are probably real. Yeah, could we get some bottings in chat? Based emote? I know, it's so good! It's such a good emote! George came up with the idea for Captain Underpants. I also love PP type. Most superheroes look like they're flying around in their underwear, he said. Well, this guy actually is flying around in his underwear. The two boys laughed and laughed. Yeah, he can fight with wedgie power, said Harold. George and Harold spent entire afternoons writing and drawing the comic adventures of Captain Underpants. He was their coolest superhero ever. Oh shoot, BRB, you got it. Y'all ever just read, I have no mouth and I must scream? I have no mouth and I must scream. I've never heard of that book. Oh, and here's the thing. Look at them. They're so cute. They're such a great fucking like little set of people. Dude, I have to go like this, just so I'm like, am I showing it right? Am I doing it right? And I am. Luckily for the boys, the security at Jerome Horowitz Elementary School was much too busy to keep an eye on the copy machine. So whenever they got a chance, Harold and George would sneak into the office and run several hundred copies of their latest Captain Underpants adventures. After school, they sold their homemade comics on the playground for 50 cents each. Robot Overlord Apocalypse stuff, dark stuff. Ooh, that actually sounds really cool. I may have to give that a shot. I may listen to that. Hate. Let me tell you how much it comes to hate. I still think we can't. Botting. Hate. Let me tell you. Oh my god. What the fuck is this bit? nanograms. Oh my god, what the fuck? PogChamp. You just see that entire fucking like thing, and you just go, yeah, no, that is a PogChamp moment. It's a quote from "I Have No Mouth, I Must Scream." Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I think I remembered a book that I read, or at least a part of a book I read when I was in middle school. This was. There was a part in this one book where this kid like lucid dreams, and he said that like he dreamed of himself as like the Tanuki in like as like flying around with the Tanuki tail from Mario Bros 3 on the Game Boy Advance. I'm like, oh yeah, the video game. That's a video game reference. That's a good book right there. When in reality, that book sucks shit. Know what I mean? They get you with the easiest shit. Also, this book fucking influenced the shit out of me. Where, I actually made comics. Like I made comics and I would like sell them or show them off at my like recess or whatever. Another instance of like, yeah, no, kids are very impressionable about with the medium that they are shown, I guess, from time to time. Like, you show me shooting video game when I'm a little baby boy, little baby kid, you know? I'm not gonna go like video game at school. But if you show me this where it's like, oh yeah, these guys like made a comic book and sold it for like 50 cents each, I'm like, hell yeah, money, capitalism, poggers. Anyways, chapter 3, The Adventures of Captain Underpants. All right. This one is like this. So they do this bit all the time where it's like they write like the comic or whatever, and it's like in this like shitty fucking font because it's like they drew it, and there's like so many like misspellings, and it's goofy and it's funny. And we all kick W. Please kick W now. Please kick W now. Let's see. The Really Cool Adventures of Captain Underpants, written by George Beard, drawn by Harold Hutchins. Kick W. I'm escaping to one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism, on the verge of bursting out laughing. Space! Kick W, all lowercase. I'm gonna go like with my my announcer, or my superhero narrator voice for this. It was a time of darkness and despair for planet Earth. Bad guys had taken over the streets, and all of the superheroes in the world were too old to fight evil. Look at this. It's like, he's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? You know, running around. Like a bunch of fucking old fucks. Look at that shit. I have not seen that Red Alert clip. No, I have not. Lol, cringe old people. Yo, so based.
Then along came a new and improved extra strength superhero. Tra-la-la.
And then look, his Captain Underpants, he's flying around. He's fucking flying around. Promptly DMing it to you for future viewing. Understandable. Look up into the sky. It's a bird.
It's a bird.
It's an egg salad sandwich.
No way. I'm Captain Underpants.
Look at that. The dog said that. What the dog doing? Please laugh. What the dog doing? How did the dog speak? Dogs don't speak. That's so stupid.
Captain Underpants was faster than a speeding waistband, more powerful than boxer shorts, and able to leap tall buildings without getting a wedgie. Tra-la-la.
And look, he's like jumping over buildings and shit. Look at him. He's tra-la-la-ing. He's not troll-a-lolling. Colon TF. What the dog do?
Night and day, Captain Underpants watched over the city, fighting for truth, justice, and all that is pre-shrunk and cottony. Meanwhile, at a nearby elementary school,
turn the page. the rest of it. Here's the whole comic book page. Not getting a wedgie whilst super hearing is the best superpower. Exactly. Dude's wearing his tidy whities. Right, he has to like, that has to be a superpower for him. He has to make sure that he don't get wedgies and shit. Know what I'm saying? Next page. It was
It was Stinky Taco Surprise Day at the cafeteria.
yuck.
Everyone hated it so much, they all threw it away. Soon, the cafeteria food came to life. I'm the Incredible Hunk! The monster ran around the school eating everything in sight. Munch, 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 munch.
There you go, here it is. Look at that, this is an incredible hunk. Oh, inedible hunk. Fuck! I knew I was gonna get fucked by that one. I always do. I always thought when I was a kid, it was the incredible hunk. But no, it's the inedible hunk. Fuck, I knew it. You can laugh at me now. You can point at me and laugh. What if Captain Thong? Yo. Somebody needs to do that. Koopa can't read. Koopa has dyslexia. Fuck you for making fun of me. Carl, I fucking see you. I'll fucking goddamn see that attitude. Anyways, look at this. Just incredible hunk. Inedible hunk. I did it again just because I've just been, this is just what I've called him for like, ever since I was a little babe. Funny Koopy can't read. Have Noko read the rest of the book. No. Dude, I love Noko, but holy shit, that motherfucker don't know how to speak. Help, help! The inedible hunk just ate 15 folding chairs, and the gym teacher.
Oh no, not the folding chairs! This looks like a job for Captain Underpants! Tra-la-la! Captain Underpants shot lots of underwear at the monster, but it didn't do any good. Zip, zip.
That's the noise that he makes. That's the noise he makes because he's eating. Look at him! Look at him! He's like, he loved that shit. He eats that shit up. Eat pant. Don't have a cow, man. How dare you make fun of anyone's communication struggles? 10 out of 10 noises. Thank you. I try my best. Oh, sorry. Hold on. It's spice. Yeah, that's right. I do remember seeing that. All right, back to it.
So Captain Underpants took off running. The inedible hunk chased him. Grr.
Help!
And chased him. And chased him. Finally, the inedible hunk got too tired and thirsty to chase Captain Underpants. How about a nice drink of water?
He's like all tuckered out and shit. He's running and running and running. I'd get tired from chasing a bald man in his underwear. That's what I would do.
So the monster took a long drink from a shiny white bowl. Glub, 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 glub.
It's a toilet, chat.
When suddenly, flush.
That's the toilet noises.
Hooray for Captain Underpants!
Yeah. Dude, he's going, yeah.
And so,
oh wait, what is this?
And so the inedible hunk got flushed away and was never heard from again. Tra-la-la, the end.
What a great comic book. Oh, that's it. That was the Incredible Adventures of Captain Underpants. Ooh. Don't miss out on our next exciting adventure, Captain Underpants and the Attack of the Talking Toilets, coming soon to a playground near you. Just kidding, there's more. There's like 100 more pages to go. I may have to go get some water sometime soon because I'm already running low. I have some root beer, so I'll swap over to that. Chapter 4. Mean old Mr. Krupp. Do you see that old guy looking out the window up there? That's Mr. Krupp, the prince. There he is. The actual bastard. Sorry. Yeah. Dude, it feels like the back of my throat feels like I smoked backwoods yesterday. Christ. I didn't, but fucking feels like that. Wait. Yes, Das Boot. Was that a boot? No, it's a Das Boot. This is where I usually drink my water. It's like a giant, it holds a fuck ton of water and I love it. And now I'm finished with that. All gone. It's a Das Boot, exactly. Now, Mr. Crump was the meanest, sourest old principal in the whole history of Jerome Horowitz Elementary School. He hated laughter and singing. He hated the sounds of children playing at recess. In fact, he hated children altogether. So what the fuck's he doing being a principal at a school? And guess which two children Mr. Crump hated the most? Oh, wait, excuse me. And guess which two children Mr. Crump hated most of all? All right, guys. The book asked you guys a question. Answer it. What if you drank a Das Boot next to Christmas Story? Next to the Christmas Story leg lamp. Maybe I would gain superpowers from doing that. It would be insane. It'd be absolutely insane. Look out, Captain Underpants. It's your nemesis, Mr. Latex Pants. Trollolo. Nobody guessed. Where are my guessers at? Hello? George E. Harold. Okay, Easton got it right. Hold on, I need to like roll up my fucking sleeves. I'm getting fucking hot. This is a good bit, but holy fuck. It's a hard bit to do with no fan on. Because if I turn my fucking overhead fan on, my green screen's gonna get fucked. Ruin the illusion of everything. If you guessed George and Harold, you're right! Mr. Crump hated George and Harold. He hated their pranks and their wisecracks. He hated their silly attitude and their constant giggling. And he especially hated those awful Captain Underpants comic books. Pants be like, block this overhead. I kind of forgot what was happening. Hey, that's fine. Smonk away. Also, I just remembered, I had a collection of the Underpants books, and every time you opened a case, it played the tra-la-la sound bit. Not sure where it went. What the fuck? That sounds awesome. Wait a minute, that sounds awesome. Also, holy based. Here's my Mr. Crump voice. I'm going to get those boys one day, Mr. Crump vowed. One day, very, very soon. I forgot to show you guys the last page, my bad. This is him, like, seething and molding. He's like, what the fuck, man? I hate children. And there he is, just kneel here. See the mauled cope. Yeah, that sounds like it would be like a Christmas card. Like you open it up and then you get like Captain Underpants to be like,
I'm wishing you a Merry Christmas. Tra-la-la.
Chapter 5. One day, very, very soon. Uh-oh. A children killed my parents. Batman moment. Remember when I said George and Harold's silly streak got them into big, big trouble once? Well, this is the story of how that happened, and how some huge pranks, and then in parentheses, a little blackmail, turned their principal into the coolest superhero of all time. It was the day of the big football game between the Horowitz Knuckleheads and the Stubbornville Stinkbugs. The bleachers were filled with fans. Uh-oh. See our big football game today. There's nothing. They won't change that. They won't change that. Clueless. They won't change that forehead. The cheerleaders ran onto the field and shook their pom-poms over their heads. Fine black dust drifted out from their pom-poms and settled around them. "Give me a K!" shouted the cheerleaders. "K!" repeated the fans. "Give me an N!" shouted the cheerleaders. "N!" repeated the fans. "Give me a... Achoo! Sneezed the cheerleaders. Achoo! Repeated the fans. The cheerleaders sneezed and sneezed and sneezed some more. They couldn't stop sneezing. "Hey!" shouted a fan from the bleachers. "Somebody sprinkled black pepper into the cheerleaders' pom-poms."
I wonder who did that?
Asked another fan. Bless you. Everyone say bless you right now. To those cheerleaders that are in my book. Take a sip of my root beer. Achoo, 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 achoo. The cheerleaders stumbled off the field, sneezing and dripping with mucus as the marching band members took their places. But when the band began, a steady stream of bubbles began blowing out of their instruments. Bubbles were everywhere. Up and down the field, the marching band slipped and slid, leaving behind a thick trail of wet, bubbly foam. "Hey!" shouted a fan from the bleachers. "Somebody poured bubble bath into the marching band's instruments." "I wonder who did that?" asked another fan. Soon the football teams took the field. The knuckleheads kicked the ball up. Kicked the ball. Up, up, up went the ball. Higher and higher it went. The ball sailed into the clouds and kept right on going until nobody could see it anymore.
Hey!
Shouted a fan from the bleachers.
Somebody filled the game ball with helium. I wonder who did that?
Asked another fan. They got Bubble Man's powers. Was it George and H name? I forget. George and Harold. And it may be those two. It could potentially be those two. I don't want to spoil anything. It may be those two. But the missing ball didn't make any difference, because at that moment, the knuckleheads were rolling around the field, scratching and itching like crazy. "Hey!"
Hey!
shouted the coach.
Somebody replaced the deep heating muscle rub lotion with Prankster's extra scratchy itching cream.
"We wonder who did that!" shouted fans in the bleachers. The whole afternoon went on much the same way, with people shouting everything from, "Hey, somebody put sea monkeys in the lemonade." That's kind of fucked up. That one's actually fucked up. Those are like living things. 4 kids, 1 piece. Yes.
He ate the gum fruit.
I love that. I love the fucking 4 kids, 1 piece dub. It's so goofy. It's goofily bad, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, putting sea monkeys in the lemonade, that one's a little fucked up, George and Harold, who may or may not be responsible. How did that happen?
He ate the gum fruit.
To, "Hey, somebody glued all the bathroom doors shut." Before long, most of the fans in the bleachers had gotten up and left. The big game had been forfeited, and everyone in the entire school was miserable. Best part. "Boy, our feet smell bad."
Yo ho ho, he ate a gum.
Don't worry, guys. Detective Gumshoe will find out who was the culprit. So true. You know, it's so funny. My partner says that I remind them a lot about I remind them about Gumshoe. Like they look at Gumshoe, they're like, I see my partner in that. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Should I be worried or concerned, or should I be like humbled?
Not the bathroom.
I know. It's kind of fucked up. By the way, I would you guys want me to play Phoenix Wright? I think that'd be a great stream game. Humbled. All right, it'll be humbled by them. Everyone, that is, except for 2 giggling boys. Oh, so the last line was, everyone in the entire school is miserable. Everyone, that is, except for 2 giggling boys, crouching in the shadows beneath the bleachers. Those were our best pranks yet, laughed Harold.
Yup. Yup.
Chuckled George. They'll be hard to top that. They'll be hard to top, that's for sure. I just hope we don't get busted for this, said Harold. Don't worry, said George. We covered our tracks really well. There's no way we'll get busted. Chapter 6. Busted. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Zoinks. The next day, at the school, an announcement came over the loudspeaker.
Please report the official officer once.
Uh-oh, said Harold. I don't like the sound of that. Don't worry, said George. They can't prove anything. There they are. They're like, oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. George and Harold entered the principal's George and Harold entered Principal Krupp's office, sat down on the chairs in front of his desk. The 2 boys had been in this office together countless times before, but this time was different.
Clean up on I'll see you.
This time was countless times before, but this time was different. Mr. Krupp was smiling. As long as George and Harold had known, Mr. Krupp, they had never, ever seen him smile. Mr. Krupp knew something.
I didn't see you boys at the big game yesterday,
Mr. Krupp said. Mr. Krupp. No, said George. We weren't feeling well. Yeah, Harold stammered nervously. We went home. We just went home.
Oh, that's too bad,
said Principal Krupp.
You boys missed a good game.
George and Harold quickly glanced at each other and gulped. They tried hard not to look guilty.
Lucky for you, I have a videotape of the whole thing,
Mr. Krupp said.
Turned on the television in the corner
and pressed the play button on the VCR. I don't know, guys. What do you guys think's on that fucking, what do you guys think's on that VHS tape? Oh, who knows? Who knows? A black and white image appeared on the TV screen. It was an overhead shot of George and Harold sprinkling pepper into the cheerleaders' pom-poms. Next came a shot of George and Harold pouring liquid bubble bath into the marching band's instruments.
How do you like the pre-game show?
No, that's the wrong tape.
Yo, people, halt! You stop that,
asked Mr. Krupp with a devilish gleam. George eyed the television screen in terror. He couldn't answer. Harold's eyes were glued to the floor. He couldn't look. The tape went on and on, revealing all of George and Harold's behind-the-scenes antics. By now, both boys were eyeing the floor, squirming nervously and dripping with sweat. Mr. Krupp turned off the TV. They are fucking fearing for their damn lives.
You know, he said, ever since you boys came to this school, it's been one prank after another. First, you put dissected frogs in the Jell-O salad at the parent-teacher banquet. Then, you made it snow in the cafeteria.
Then you rigged the intercoms so they played Weird Al Yankovic. Hold on. Is that a motherfucking Weird Al Yankovic reference? Is that a Weird Al Yankovic reference? Oh my god. Goated book. Goated book. Then you rigged all the intercoms so they played Weird Al Yankovic songs at full blast for 6 hours straight. For 4 long years, you two have been running amok in this school. And I've never been able to prove anything. Until now. Mr. Krupp held the videotape in his hand. I took the liberty of installing tiny video surveillance cameras all around the school. I knew I'd catch you two in an act one day. I just didn't know it'd be so easy. 6 hours? Those are rookie numbers? I mean, 6 hours of Weird Al ain't nothing, you know? Yeah, I guess that is rookie numbers. It's kind of based though. Chapter 7. A little black man. Mr. Krupp sat back in his chair and chuckled to himself. For a long, long time. Finally, George got up the courage to speak. What are you gonna do with that tape? He said. I thought you never asked, laughed Principal Krupp. And then up over here, there's the Weird Al name drop. Weird Al name drop right up over there. During frog dissection, as the kid I was paired with cut the legs off the frog, I later learned he got suspended for putting it in the silverware. Just kind of watched it happen. I don't know, man. What the fuck? Kids are fucked up. I never dissected a frog. Did it? Moon, I'm now hearing that you have dissected. Has anyone else here dissected a frog? I've never done that. I don't think I've ever had to dissect a frog. Never had to fuck around with that. Nah, we did sharks. Wait, is that like, what the fuck? Is that real? Is that real? Carl, did you actually have to do that? I've dissected a ton of things. It was so fun. Understandable. I decided to dissect a cow eye and a pig fetus. Ew! That sounds horrible. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not joking. We did sharks. What the fuck? I would assume like baby sharks, or like they're just like, okay, here you go, Carl. Here's your fucking giant ass fucking hammerhead. What the fuck? Yeah, the small ones. That's what I thought too. That's kind of awesome though. I've never heard of that one. I've heard of the frogs. Cow eye and pig fetus. The cow eye would really fuck me up. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be like, nope. I just can't fuck with that. No fucking shot. I could never, like, even process, even fathom doing that. Whew. Next page. I've thought long and hard about what to do with this tape, Mr. Krupp said. At first I thought I'd send copies to your parents. The boys swallowed hard and sank deeply into their chairs. Then I thought, I might send a copy to the school board. Mr. Krupp continued. I could get you both expelled for this. The boys swallowed harder and sank deeper into the chairs. Finally, I came to a decision, Mr. Krupp concluded. I think the football team would be very curious to find out just who was responsible for yesterday's fiasco. I think I'll send a copy to them. George and Harold leaped out of their chairs and fell to their knees. No! Cried George. You can't do that, they'll kill us! Yeah, begged Harold. They'll kill us every day for the rest of our lives. Mr. Krupp laughed and laughed. Please have mercy, the boys cried. We'll do anything. Anything? Asked Principal Krupp. Asked Principal Krupp with delight. He reached into his desk, pulled out a list of demands, and tossed it at the boys. If you don't want to be dead as long as you live, you'll follow these rules exactly. Yeah, no. Don't worry, it's only blackmail. It's nothing fucking weird, champ. Kind of insane that they do this, that they pull off, like, yeah, no, they're just, like, straight up blackmail. Like, the Principal Krupp is, like, a horrible person. George and Harold carefully looked over the list. This is blackmail, said George. Call it what you like, Principal Krupp snapped. But if you two don't follow that list exactly, then this tape becomes the property of the Horowitz knuckleheads. Here are some of the rules on the things. Because it shows you, like, the rules. Rule number 1, no more practical jokes or pranks. No more smiling or laughing. No more tea. I don't know what the fuck the tea is. No more tricks, traps. The rules! It's like Fairly Odd Parents, but like fucked up. No more Captain Underpants. Wash my car every day. Mow my lawn. Alright. Actually, hold on. I will be right the fuck back, chat. I need to quickly go use the services. Life under Biden's America joke? No, that's based. No, that's based and true. Yeah, BRB time. We'll do... I'll just go to my BRB screen. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I couldn't keep up the bit. Where I had the sweater vest on. Holy fuck, man. That shit was too fucking hot. Christ. All right. Oh shit. I got more water, by the way. So let's continue reading. Chapter 8, Crime and Punishment. Let me take one more sip of water and then... I'm on mic on, right? Yeah, okay. At 6 o'clock the next morning, George and Harold dragged themselves out of bed, walked over to Mr. Krupp's house, began washing his car. Then while Harold scrubbed the tires, George roamed around the yard, pulling all the weeds and crabgrass he could. Afterwards, they cleaned the gutters, washed all the windows on Mr. Krupp's house. Legitimate fucked up blackmail. Teachers and principals don't do this challenge. Difficulty level, really damn easy. Principal Krupp failed. At school, George and Harold sat up straight, listened carefully, spoke only when spoken to. They didn't tell jokes, they didn't pull pranks, they didn't even smile. Their teacher kept pinching herself. "I just know this is a dream," she said. Oh, Rocco. Sorry. At lunch, the two boys vacuumed Mr. Krupp's office, shined his shoes, polished his desktop. At recess, they clipped his fingernails and ironed his tie. Each spare moment in the boys' daily schedule was spent catering to Mr. Krupp's every whim. This is so fucked up. Why the hell would they do this? Why would they do this? Moving on. After school, George and Harold mowed Mr. Krupp's lawn, tended his garden, and began painting the front of his house. At sunset, Mr. Krupp came outside and handed each boy a stack of books. "Gentlemen," he said, "I've asked your teachers to give you both extra homework. Now go home, study hard, and I'll see you back here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We've got a busy day ahead of us." "Thank you, sir," moaned the two boys. George and Harold walked home dead tired. "Man, this was the worst day of my entire life," said George. "Don't worry," said Harold. "We only have to do this for 8 more years. Then we can move away to some far-off land where they'll never find us. Maybe Antarctica." "I've got a better idea," said George. "Hey kids, it's the 3D Hypno Ring." It's like showing off like this advert. Learn the art of hypnosis. Amaze your friends. Control your enemies. Rule the world. It's easy. It's fun. Only $2.99. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Harold. It was an old magazine ad for a 3D Hypno Ring. "How's this gonna help us?" asked Harold. "All we gotta do is hypnotize Mr. Krupp," said George. "We'll make him give us the video and forget this whole mess ever happened." "That's a great idea," said Harold. "And the best part is we only have to wait 4 to 6 weeks for delivery." 4 to 6 weeks later, or chapter 9, 4 to 6 weeks later. After 4 to 6 weeks of backbreaking slave labor, grueling homework assignments, and humiliating good behavior at school, a package arrived in George's mailbox from the Little Wise Guys Novelty Company. It was the 3D Hypno Ring. Here it is. Their ticket to freedom. I can smell it. I can smell the freedom. Hallelujah! Cried George. It's everything I would have hoped for. Let me see, said Harold. Don't look directly at it, warned George. You don't want to get hypnotized, do you? Do you really think it will work? Asked Harold. Do you really think we can amaze our friends, control our enemies, and take over the world, just like the ad said? It better work, said George, or else I just wasted $4 whole. Chapter 10. The 3D Hypno Ring. The next morning, George and Harold didn't arrive early at Mr. Krupp's house, wash his car, reshingle his roof. In fact, they were even a little late to getting to school. When they finally showed up, Mr. Krupp was standing at the front door, waiting for them. And boy, was he mad. Fucking seething and molding. Bro, he hated that. Mr. Krupp escorted the boys into his office and slammed the door. All right, where were you two this morning? We wanted to come over to your house, said George, but we were busy trying to figure out the secret of this ring. What ring? Snapped Mr. Krupp. George held up his hand and showed the ring to Principal Krupp. It's got one of those weird patterns on it, said Harold. If you stare at it long enough, a picture appears. Well, hold it still, snarled Mr. Krupp. I can't see a darn thing. I have to move it back and forth, said George, or else it won't work. Mr. Krupp's eyes followed the ring. Back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. You have to stare deeper into the ring, Harold, said Harold. Deeper, 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 deeper. You were getting sleepy, said George. Very sleepy. Mr. Krupp's eyelids began to droop. I'm so sleepy, he mumbled. After a few minutes, Mr. Krupp's eyes were closed tight and began to snore. You are under our spell, said George. When I snap my fingers, you will obey our every command. Snap. I will obey, mumbled Mr. Krupp. I actually love Mr. Krupp's design. He's like somewhat monkey-esque, but still enough human for it to work. All right, said George. Have you still got the videotape of me and Harold? Yes, mumbled Mr. Krupp. Well, hand it over, bub, George instructed. Mr. Krupp unlocked a large file cabinet, opened to the bottom drawer, reached in and handed George the videotape. George stuffed it into his backpack. Harold took out a different video out of his backpack, put it into the file cabinet. What's that? Oh, what's that video? Asked George. It's one of my little sister's old Boomer the Purple Dragon sing-along videos. Nice touch. Chapter 11. Fun with hypnosis. When Harold bent down to close the file cabinet, he took a quick look inside. Whoa, he cried. Look at all this stuff in here. The file cabinet was filled with everything Mr. Krupp had ever taken away from the boys over the years. There were slingshots, whoopee cushions, skateboards, fake doggy doo-doo, you name it, it was in there. Fun with hypnosis? Harold bent down? This turns into an hentai stream. Look at this, cried George. A big stack of Captain Underpants comics. He's got every issue, said Harold. I'm just kidding, that's not actually what happens. Where's the thing? Starting off. There's them looking at it. Looking at everything. Da rules. Sorry, I just was re-looking at chat and I saw the da rules that you said, correct. For hours, The two boys sat on the floor laughing and reading their comics. Finally, George looked up at the clock. Yikes, he said. It's almost lunchtime. We better clean up this mess and get to class. The boys looked up at their principal, who had been standing behind them in a trance all morning. Gee, I almost forgot about Mr. Krupp, said Harold. What should we do with him? Do you want to have some fun? Asked George. Why not? Said Harold. I haven't had any fun the last 4 to 6 weeks. Cool, said George. Walked up to Mr. Krupp, snapped his fingers. Snap! You are a chicken! He said. Suddenly, Mr. Krupp leapt up onto his desk, flapped his arms. He cried, kicking his papers off his desk behind him, pecking at his pens and pencils set. George and Harold howled with laughter. Let me try, said Harold. You are a monkey. What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken! Bitches ain't ready for the chicken dance. Yeah, no, they weren't ready. They weren't ready. They weren't prepared for what unfathomable things we're about to happen. The amount of based shit that they're about to get into. You gotta snap your fingers, said George. Oh, yeah, said Harold. Snap! You are a monkey! Suddenly, Mr. Krupp sprang off his desk, began swinging from the fluorescent light fixtures. He shrieked, leaping from one side of the room to the other. George and Harold laughed so hard they almost cried. My turn, said George. Let's see, what could we turn him into next? I know, said Harold, holding up a Captain Underpants comic. Let's turn him into Captain Underpants. Good idea, said George. Snap. You are now the greatest superhero of all time, the amazing Captain Underpants. Mr. Krupp tore down the red curtain from his office window, tied it around his neck. And he took off his shoes, socks, shirts, pants, and his awful toupee. Tra-la-la, he sang. Oh wait, hold on. Oops, forgot about this. You go see? Look, he's getting naked. He's becoming Captain Underpants. Tra-la-la, he sang. Mr. Krupp stood before them, looking quite triumphant, as his cape blowing in the breeze of the open window. George and Harold were dumbfounded. You know, said George, he kind of looks like Captain Underpants. Yeah, Harold replied. After a short silence, the two boys looked at each other and bursted into laughter. George and Harold had never laughed so hard in their lives. Tears ran down their face as they rolled about the floor, shrieking in hysterics. After a while, George pulled himself up from the floor for another look. Hey! George cried. Where'd he go? Chapter 12. Out the window. George and Harold dashed to the window, looked out. There, running across the parking lot, was a pudgy old guy in his underwear with a red cape flowing behind him. All right, I ordered some Dominoes. I think I missed 1/4 of the book. Whoops. Hey, it's all good. You're just in time to like Captain Underpants actually being made. So to catch you up to speed, right? George and Harold do pranks. They got caught by their principal, and they did like hard manual labor for it because their principal's a horrible person and they blackmailed him. Their principal blackmailed the kids. George and Harold get a hypno ring, hypnotize Mr. Krupp, and turn him into Captain Underpants. Now you're up to date. Oh no, it's blackmail, I know, right? So good. Turning one of your greatest enemies into their greatest tool, truly some deep drama. Exactly, it's actually super fucking awesome. The depth that Captain Underpants takes and goes is kind of based. Really, really cool. Mr. Krupp, come back! Shouted Harold. Oh yeah, and in the last page, he jumped out the damn window. Mr. Krupp, come back! Shouted Harold. He won't answer to that, said George. He thinks he's Captain Underpants now. Oh no, said Harold. He's probably running off to fight crime, said George. Oh no, said Harold. And we gotta stop him, said George. Oh no, cried Harold. No way! Look, said George. He could get killed out there. Harold was unmoved. Or worse, said George. He could get into big trouble. You're right, said Harold. We gotta go after him. The two boys opened the bottom file cabinet drawer, took out their slingshots and skateboards. Do you think we should bring anything else? Asked Harold. Yeah, said George. Let's bring the fake doggy doo-doo. Good thinking, said Harold. You just never know when fake doggy doo-doo is going to come in handy. It's true. It's true, Chad. This is actually the most this is the moral of the story. Bring fake doggy doo-doo everywhere. Harold stuffed Mr. Krupp's clothes and shoes and toupee into his backpack. Then together, the two boys leaped out of the window, slid down the flagpole, took on their skateboards after the amazing Captain Underpants. Chapter 13, Bank Robbers. George and Harold rode their skateboards all over town looking for Captain Underpants. I can't find him anywhere, said Harold. You think a guy like him would be easy to spot, said George. Boys turned the corner, and there he was, Captain Underpants, standing in front of a bank, looking quite heroic. Mr. Krupp, said Harold. Shh, said George. Don't call him that. Call him Captain Underpants. Oh yeah, said Harold. Don't forget to snap your fingers, George. Right, said Harold. Before he got a chance, the bank doors flew open, and out stepped two robbers. The robbers took one look at Captain Underpants, stopped dead in their tracks. Surrender, said Captain Underpants, or I'll have to resort to wedgie power. Oh no, whispered Harold and George. I love how the bank robbers look. Look at them, they're so goated. They're kind of beast. They're kind of goated with the sauce. I also love, sorry, this is just one thing I want to point out. I love how his mouth is like, you can kind of see like where the back of his mouth is. I love that drawing style. Goateed with the sauce, so true. Nobody moved for about 10 seconds. Finally, the robbers looked at each other, burst out laughing. They dropped their loot, fell to the sidewalk, screaming in hysterics. Almost immediately, the cops showed up and arrested the crooks. Let this be a lesson to you, cried Captain Underpants. Never underestimate the power of underwear. The police chief looked quite angry, marched over to Captain Underpants. And just who the heck are you supposed to be? The police chief demanded. Why, I am Captain Underpants, the world's greatest superhero, said Captain Underpants. I fight for truth, justice, and all that is pre-shrunk and cottony. Oh yeah? Shouted the police chief. Cuff him, boys. One of the cops took out his handcuffs and grabbed Captain Underpants by the arm. ACAB? ACAB, by the way? ACAB, how dare you try to arrest Captain Underpants, the greatest superhero of all time, ACAB? Uh-oh, cried George. We gotta roll. Together, the two boys zoomed into the crowd, weaving in and out of the cops and bystanders. Harold, oh, thank you, Scalesers, for the follow. Arrested you? How you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. We're reading Captain Underpants. The best thing about being arrested? Impossible. The best of the best being impossible? Arrested? Impossible. Exactly. Newman? Exactly. I love this book. I love this book too. That's why I'm reading it to all you guys. It's such a great read. Where was I? Skated up to the Captain Underpants. knocked the superhero on his feet. George caught him with the and the boys skated away with Captain Underpants on their shoulders. "Stop!" cried the cops, but it was too late. George, Harold, and Captain Underpants were gone. After their chapter 14, the Big Bang. After their quick escape, George, Harold, and Captain Underpants stopped on a deserted street corner to catch their breath. "Okay," said George. "Let's dehypnotize him quick before something else kaboom happens." Fucking gone. Fucking dead. Robots! Robots, chat, robots! Demo Man, is that you? Chat, they're botting. Kaboom. A huge explosion came from the rare crystal shop across the street. Heavy smoke poured out of the building. Suddenly, 2 robots with 1 stolen crystal emerged from the smoke and jumped into an old van. "Did you see 2 robots get into a van?" asked Harold. "You know," said George, "up until now, this story was almost believable." Noko's siblings? No. Noko's a good little guy. He would never do something like that. "Well, believable or not," said Harold, "we're not getting involved. I repeat, we are not getting involved." Robophobic? What the fuck? We're not robophobic. We have Noko. Noko's great and goated with the sauce. We can't be robophobic here. It's only these ones are bad. These guys are bad guys, right? They get into a van literally called the bad guys. Just then, Captain Underpants leaped from the street corner and dashed in front of the van. "Stop, in the name of underwear!" he cried. "Uh-oh," said George. "I think we're involved." The 2 robots started up the van and swerved around Captain Underpants. Fortunately, the van brushed up against his red cape and got it caught. With a mighty jerk, Captain Underpants flipped backwards and the van pulled him along as it drove away. Noko is beautiful. Noko merch when? If I ever make it like Omega huge on Twitch or whatever, maybe Noko merch could happen. Who knows? Would you guys like that? Would you guys, if I were to make merch, would you guys like to see like Noko shit? Noko is like the robot. "No capes," as one small lady said. Yes, the fucking the Incredibles. All right, hold on. I'll be right back once again. I have to go do something real quick. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. We are finishing up Captain Underpants. We're almost done with this book. We only got a little bit more left. And then we got 2 more books to read. I will be right back, and I'll answer that question when I get back, okay? Okay. Alright, I'm back. I need to slowly move this over, making sure I don't knock over the green screen. I mean my wall. I mean what? Welcome back. What are you sea jerking? What's going on? What is this? Don't be sea jerking in this. Actually, you can do it. Could be. Oh, to answer your question, no, I do not have a PO box open where fans can send fan art. I do not have that. Do you think? Damn. Okay. Maybe I should? Question mark. All right. Continue reading. Grab him! Cried George. The two boys skateboarded with all their might towards the speeding van, grabbed Captain Underpants by the ankles. Help! They cried as the van pulled them through the city streets. Mommy, said a little boy sitting on a bench. I just saw two robots driving a van with a guy in his underwear wearing, hanging off of the back by a red cape, pulling two boys on skateboards behind him with his feet.
How do you expect me to believe such a ridiculous story? Asked his mother.
And then she's reading Tabloid Times. Bigfoot gives birth to 200-pound UFO baby. This fucking scene's a work of art. This may be one of the the greatest fucking pictures in this entire series. Did you get one? Because I can make merch and have some Noco stuff that I want to send you. Or maybe I will. It kind of just depends if how hard it is to set that up and where to get one, and so on and so forth. Finally, the van came to a screeching halt in front of an old abandoned warehouse. The sudden stop made Captain Underpants flip over the roof of the van, crash through the front door of the building.
Well,
said a strange voice from inside the warehouse.
it looks like as if we have a visitor.
Chapter 15, Dr. Diaper. George and Harold hid behind the van until the coast was clear. Then they snuck up behind the hole in the door and peeked inside. Captain Underpants was all tied up. The two robots were standing guard, and a strange little man wearing a diaper was laughing maniacally. I think that's Dr. Diaper. One can only think, one can only hope.
I am the evil Dr. Diaper,
Said the strange little man the strange little man told Captain Underpants.
and you will be the first to witness my takeover of the world.
Dr. Diaper placed the stolen crystal into a large machine called the Lasermatic 2000. The machine started to light up and make loud noises. Heavy gears began to shift, shifting and spinning, and a laser beam from the crystal shot straight up through the hole of the roof.
In exactly 20 minutes, this laser beam will blow up the moon and send huge chunks of it crashing down upon every major city in the world.
Wait, he's gonna blow up the moon? How very unoriginal. What's your name, Robotnik? Laughed Dr. Diaper.
Then I will rise from the rubble and take over the planet.
Only one thing can help us now, said George. I'm pissing on the moon. Yeah, exactly. What? Asked Harold. Rubber doggy doo-doo, said George. Taking another sip. Harold took the fake doggy doo-doo and a slingshot from George's backpack and handed it to him. Be careful, said Harold. The fate of the entire planet is in your hands. With careful and precise aim, George shot the rubber doo-doo through the air and across the room, and it landed with a plop right at the feet of Dr. Diaper. Yes! Whispered George and Harold. Plop! Dr. Diaper, this is what it... BRB, gotta check if the pizza got here. You got it. Go check up on your pizza, son. Go check up on your pizza, son. Dr. Diaper looked down at the doo-doo between his feet, turned bright red.
Oh, dear me.
He cried.
I'm dreadfully embarrassed. Please excuse me.
He began to waddle towards the restroom.
This has never happened to me before, I assure you, he said. I guess I was all the excitement. I just, oh dear. Oh dear.
I can't believe this dude got gaslit so hard into like believing that he shat. He didn't even feel it. Does that shit just like happen? No pun intended. When you get excited, do you just like shit without even knowing that you're shitting? You just like look down and be like, uh-oh, whoopsie, I must have been too damn excited. Ah, shit. Here it comes. The Flip-O-Rama's next. Let's see if my practice has gone to good use. While Dr. Diaper was off changing himself, George and Harold snuck into the old warehouse. Immediately, the robots detected the boys, began marching towards them. Destroy the intruders, said the robots. Destroy the intruders. George and Harold screamed and ran to the back of the warehouse. Luckily, George found 2 old boards and gave one of them to Harold. We're not going to have to resort to extreme graphic violence, are we? Asked Harold. I sure hope not, said George. Chapter 16, Extreme Graphic Violence Chapter.
Warning! The following chapter contains graphic scenes of showing 2 boys beating the tar out of a couple robots. If you have high blood pressure, or if you faint at the sight of motor oil, we strongly urge you to take better care of yourself and stop being such a baby.
Holy shit. Dude, fucking, dude, that's gonna be, It's a very first trigger warning, guys. That's it, that's what this is. I can't believe it. Dolph Pilkley invented the /TW. Introducing the Pilkey Bland Flip-O-Rama! Here's how it works. As everybody knows, nothing enhances silly action and sequence more than really cheesy animation. And so, for the first time in history of great literature, we proudly bring to you the latest in cheesy animation technology, the art of Flip-O-Rama. Dude, this shit's awesome. Place your left hand inside the dotted lines marked left hand here. Hold the book open flat. Grasp the right page of your right thumb. Okay, so it's just now telling you how to do it. Well, basically, yeah, what you do is... Oh, remember, flip only page 83 when you're flipping, and be sure you can see the picture on page 83. Then one on page 85. If you flip quickly, the 2 pictures will start looking like one animated picture. Don't forget to add your own sound effects. Okay, chat, here we go, you ready? Fucking Flip-O-Rama time. Look, there's like they're fucking going crazy. The fucking robots are fucking evil, dude. What the fuck is going on? And George and Harold are like, fucking George saves Harold. Yeah, take that. Cinema, you fucking got that damn right. Sound effect. Oh, yeah. Fucking beat his ass up. Yo, beat him in the neutral. Harold returns the favor. Fucking wah. Bam. Get it? Fucking Harold's just like, or George is like, what the fuck's going on? I'm scared. Fucking awesome. Mix nuts and bolts. Banjo-Kazooie fans when they get this page. Oh my god! Bum, 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 bum. Yo, they're jumping. Yo, they're happy. They're excited to be alive. Yeah. Oh shit. Top 10 fights of all time. You fucking got that right. There we go. We did it. We did it, chat. We made it through. There's so many robot parts. Holy fuck. How the fuck did that happen? Look at that. Look at that. It's all robot parts. What the fuck? Hey. Fucker. The shit. Can I, like, get... What the fuck? Okay, it does not like this page. And for some reason, this is like the one and only page that's like, yo, dude, fuck this. No, dude, fucking don't focus on me. Focus on the thing. Alright, this is like the one fucking... The glitch in the Matrix page that just will not ever get accepted. The escape. Like, let me try it again. Okay, yeah, no, this is just a lost cause. After defeating the robots, George and Harold untied Captain Underpants. Come on! Cried Harold. Let's get out of here. Wait! Said Captain Underpants. We have to save the world first. So George and Harold and Captain Underpants frantically looked all over the Lasermatic 2000, searching for a way to shut it down and stop the inevitable disaster. Said Harold. I think this might be the lever we want. He pulled the self-destruct lever, with all of his might. Suddenly, the Lasermatic 2000 began to sputter and shake. The huge laser beam turned off, and the pieces of the machine started begin to fly off in all directions. It's gonna blow! Cried Harold. Run for your lives!
Not so fast.
Pull the lever, Koopy. Run, lever.
Not so fast.
Screamed Dr. Diaper, who had appeared out of nowhere.
You demolished my robots, you destroyed my Lasermatic 2000, and you ruined my one chance of taking over the world. But you won't live to tell the tale.
Dr. Diaper pulled out his Diapermatic 2000 ray gun. What the fuck is up with this guy in the number 2000? God damn. He pointed it at George and... Oh, wait, ray gun. Yo, dude. Yo, we gotta keep him alive. We gotta keep him alive. He'll kill all the zombies. And Captain Underpants. Stretch! Captain Underpants quickly stretch. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to show the picture. My bad. I hope this is, like, not a new thing that's happening. What the fuck? Hey! The hell is this? Yo, what the fuck is this? I don't know what the fuck happened. What happened in like, the span of a couple seconds? Now it's not, like, wanting to show anything. You show it one fucking page. Hold on. Let me see if I can, like, get it so it's, like... I don't think... Hold on, wait. I'm gonna go to my camera real quick. Koopa's cam on strike? It fucking is! I don't get it, because, like, it was literally working up until this fucking point. And now it's, like, being fucking omega weird, champ. Where's my camera? Oh, actually, hold on. I may need to do studio mode. Camera. Video capture device. Properties. Configure video. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm sorry about the delay. Pizza is here, yo! What pizza flavor did you get? What pizza flavor? You gotta tell us. You have to tell us. I wonder if that worked? Pizza time. You fucking put that shit away. Exposure. No, it's not that one. Maybe it's the autofocus. No, it's not that either. No, now I'm just blurry. No. Mexican and fresh meats. Ooh, that one sounds good. That one sounds really good. What the fuck is that? Wait. Auto. The exposure is killing cinema. Hold on, wait. I wanna go to this one, turn off studio mode. Now we can find out what the fuck is going on. All right. What the fuck is this all about? No. Okay, it's not that. Is it gain? No, it's not the gain. Backlit comp. It's something that you can't even fucking choose. Wait, so what else could it be? Brightness? No, it's not it. Camera. Exposure. Hand tilt. Needs softer lighting? Well, I can't go for softer lighting. Because then that kind of like ruins everything. I have to show it back here now? That fucking sucks, dude. I was literally showing it off like it was nothing. Maybe turn the light a little bit over here. Nope, nothing. Hold on. You light fucking go up. Sorry, I was grabbing food. You're all good. We're doing we got a little technical issue going on where for some reason, yeah, try resetting camera. I was thinking maybe that. Yo, what the fuck, man? Koopa face cam, stare, yeah. Kind of fucked up. Kind of fucked up and not really, it kind of uncalled for why it's doing this. Oh shit, wait. Hey, it was just a reset away. There we go, see? The escape. All right, we already did that one. This one. He's just like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Captain Underpants quickly stretched a pair of underwear and shot it at Dr. Diaper. The underwear landed right on the evil doctor's head. Help! Cried Dr. Diaper.
I can't see! I can't see!
George and Harold ran out of the warehouse as fast as they could. Great shot, Captain Underpants, cried Harold. There's just one thing I don't understand, said George. Where did he get the extra pair of underwear? I wonder where that is.
What extra pair?
Said Captain Underpants. Motherfucker just used his only pair. Wah! Dr. Diaper is a little fucking baby. Good job, team. Yes, I'm the team. It's me. Never mind that. Never mind that, cried George. Let's get out of here before the Lasermatic 2000 thing X kaboom explodes. The Lasermatic 2000 blew up, tearing apart the old warehouse. It sent flaming shards of red-hot metal in every direction. Fire fell from the skies around our heroes. The earth began to crumble beneath their feet. Oh no! Cried Harold. We're doomed! Chapter 18. To make a long story short, they got away. Look at that. They're so good. They are so good. Yeah, Kino's back on the menu. Kino's back on the fucking menu. Yeah, exactly. It's like Shenmue. It's like Shenmue where the dude's running. Chapter 19. Back to school. George, Harold, Captain Underpants, made a quick stop outside the police station. They tied Dr. Diaper to a lamppost and attached a note to him.
There, said Captain Underpants. That ought to explain everything.
Just says, arrest me. Arrest me. Hey, yo, who threw the bomb?
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. I didn't do that.
Was that a good bomb impression? Or it's just like... I feel like that's good. Wait, back in 15 minutes. Please don't commit any crimes till I return. Thank you. Till we return. Throw it back, Chief. The bee in question. Then George and Harold led Captain Underpants back to Jerome Horowitz Elementary School.
Why are we going here?
Asked Captain Underpants. Well, said George, you have to do some undercover work here. Yeah, said Harold, reaching into his backpack. Put on these clothes, make it snappy. Don't forget your hair. Captain Underpants quickly got dressed behind some bushes.
Well, how do I look?
He asked. Pretty good, said George. Now try to look really mad. Captain Underpants made the nastiest face he could. You know, said Harold, he kind of looks like Mr. Krupp. Harold, said, what is it? Harold, whispered George. He is Mr. Krupp. Oh yeah, said Harold. I almost forgot. Before long, they were all back inside Mr. Krupp's office. Okay, Captain Underpants, said George. You are now Mr. Krupp. Snap your fingers, whispered Harold. Oh yeah, said George. Snap. You are now Mr. Krupp.
Who's Mr. Krupp?
Asked Captain Underpants. Oh no, it's not working. But the boys tried and tried again to dehypnotize Captain Underpants, but nothing seemed to work. Said Harold. Let me see the instruction manual for that ring. George checked his pants pocket. Said George. I think I lost it. You what? Cried Harold. The two boys searched frantically through the office, but the 3D hypno ring instruction manual was nowhere to be found. Never mind, said George. I have an idea. He removed the flowers from the large vase in the corner. Then he poured out all the water on Captain Underpants' head. What'd you do that for? He cried. Cried Harold. I saw him do this in a cartoon once, said George. It's gotta work. Oh wait. There you go. Alternate reality where Mr. Krupp's a nice guy. After a few minutes, Mr. Krupp slowly came to. What's going on here? What's going on here? He demanded. Why am I all wet? George and Harold had never been so glad to see Mr. Krupp in their lives. I'm so happy, I'm gonna cry, said Harold. Well, you're gonna cry when I give that videotape to the football team, shouted Mr. Krupp. I had it with you two. Principal Krupp took the videotape out of the file cabinet. You boys are dead meat, he sneered as he stormed out of the office with the video and headed towards the gym. George and Harold smiled. Wait till the football team sees that video, said Harold. Yeah, said George. I hope they like singing Purple Dragons. There's an alley-oop for a D's Nuts joke there, but we won't go there. Hey, look, said George. I found the 3D hypno ring instruction manual. It was in my shirt pocket, not my pants pocket. Well, throw that thing away, said Harold. We'll never need to see it again. I sure hope not. Oh, wait, hold on. Where was the... I forgot to show you guys this one. Him screaming and shit. Going nuts. He's going feral mode. But then, as they throw it away, it says... There's a warning on the back. We have to read the warning. They didn't, so we have to. Warning. Whatever you do, don't pour water on anybody's head when they're in a trance. This will cause the hypnotized person to slip back and forth from trance to reality whenever they hear the sound of fingers snapping. Oh. That's not good. Chapter 20. The end? Question mark? Things at Jerome Horowitz Elementary School were never quite the same after that fateful day. The football team enjoyed Mr. Krupp's video so much that they changed their name from the Knuckleheads to the Purple Dragon Sing-Along Friends. The name change didn't go over too well with the fans, but hey, who's gonna argue with a bunch of linebackers? That's awesome. La la la, we love Boomer, la la la. That's fucking awesome. These guys are these football players are awesome. They're in touch with their childlike whimsical. George and Harold went back to their old ways, pulling pranks, cracking jokes, making new comments. They had to keep an eye on Mr. Krupp though, because for some strange reason, every time he heard the sound of fingers snapping, Principal Krupp turned back into... Here we go, here it is. You know who. Oh no, cried Harold. Here we go again, said George. Tra la la. And that is Captain Underpants. That's the first book. About the author. Dov Pilkley was in elementary school. He was always getting into trouble for pulling pranks, cracking jokes, and making silly comic books. In the second grade, he invented the most famous or infamous character, Captain Underpants. Dov's teachers told him, "You better straighten up, young man, because you can't spend the rest of your life making silly books." Dov was never a good listener. There we go. There's the first book done. That was awesome. I love this book so fucking much. That was so good. I can't wait to... We gotta read the next one. We have to read the next one. But yeah, that's the first one. Oh, it's over. Don't worry, we got 2 more books to go through. They're like around an hour, 2 hours each, so we're gonna be here for a fucking while. This book was great. Actually, you wanna know something funny? This book is specifically, this edition came out specifically when the Captain Underpants movie was making its rounds. Which is kind of interesting. Anyways, there's one done. And also, if this goes over well and you guys really like this, we can continue reading instead of doing 3 books a stream because these books start to get long. We can, frames dying? I don't think the frames are dying, no? Are frames dying? Is anyone else having that issue? I have all 10 books, so we can continue reading them. Anyways, this is now going to the back of the list. Now let's open up Captain Underpants and the Attack of the Chroma Key Toilets. Frame's dead? It doesn't say that there's anything wrong on my end. Oh, just me, Monka. Actually, the name of the book is actually Captain Underpants in the Attack of the Talking Toilets. Goated. Hold on, give me a second. Finished the first one. On to the next one. Hop in, smiley face. I see some delay on the video. What the fuck? Is it really that bad? Hold on. Oh, delay on the video? That may be because you're on mobile and you have like an Android device, I think, is what's going on there. I'm gonna quickly watch some of the stream. Looks like frames are fine. Hello, Raiders! What is up? Hi, Raiders. For those who don't know, my name is Chai Koopa. Hi, I'm a variety streamer, variety flesh tuber. Don't be alarmed. I am a, I do have flesh, right? Not like your average streamer like Strawberry, but I hope you guys had a fun time with Splatoon 3. We literally just finished the first book. And now we're going on to the second book. We're reading Captain Underpants today. So if you guys like reading, then hey, stick around. You'll listen to me reading. And if you don't, hey, you can still stick around, because after we finish all three of the first books, we're going to Cult of the Lamb. And I have the overlay set up so you guys can be a part of the cult if you want to. Oh, thank goodness, we made it just in time. We made it just in time for the second book, but we just finished the first one. I'll give you I hope everything's been comfy so far. Your fireplace looks so warm and comfy. I know, right? Oh, wait, fuck. I know, right? Look at that. Look at that. It's so good. Thank you, Izzy is for the follow. Let me quickly summarize the first book for you guys before we start the second one, because, you know, we got Raiders. Some people may not know who the fuck Captain Underpants is. And I'm here to tell you the greatness that is Captain Underpants. All right, so you got... Oh, fuck. You got George and Harold. These guys are troublemakers, right? You guys are troublemakers. And they're basically like, okay, we're gonna get into trouble. They get into trouble doing one fucking big ass fucking prank, and their principal's like, I caught your ass. I'm gonna fucking blackmail you to do like my laundry and shit. I'm gonna make you do all the stuff that I don't want to really do. Hello there, Sailor Moon, RBLX. Oh, no, but they're good troublemakers. They're good boys. They're good boys. Remember reading these during elementary schools? Book fairs? Yes! These are fucking awesome for book fairs. But then after getting into trouble, they get blackmailed to do Mr. Krupp's like laundry work. Or whatever. They do all this stuff. And then for the next couple of weeks, they keep on doing stuff until they get a hypno ring. They hypnotize Mr. Krupp. He turns into Captain Underpants. They save the world from Dr. Diaper. And then they go back, pour water on his head, and reverts him back to Mr. Krupp. Everything goes back to normal, except for the part where now every time Mr. Krupp hears the snap of fingers, he turns back into Captain Underpants. Not really good. Not really a good one. Prince Abubu. You're all cut up! Now, we're going to... Oh, fuck. Sorry, hold on. I'm putting this behind all of my other Captain Underpants books. Hey, again, if this stream goes well, you guys like this idea, I have the rest of the books. We can have Saturday be dedicated to, like, reading day. We'll read, like, a Captain Underpants book. Good boys. I used to read it. Yes, I fucking loved this story as a kid. Haven't read it since. And looking back, the first book was pretty good. I liked it. All right, now it's time. Captain Underpants, the attack of the chroma keyed talking toilets. Look at that. Ooh, he's like, tra-la-la. He's going crazy. He's going crazy. For Alan Boyko. I want to find out who these people are. Like, he always dedicates his books. Oh, and for David and Nancy Melton with gratitude. I want to find out why that happened. All right, here we go. Oh, well, this is awesome. You get a recap of the fucking story right here. Hello. Before you read this book, there's some things you should know. So Harold and I have created this informative pamphlet to fill you in on the details. Please don't let this comic fall into the wrong hands. These are the little guys. These are our main characters. These guys are awesome. The Top Secret Truth About Captain Underpants by George Beard and Harold Hutchins. Who deny everything? Once upon a time, there were two kids named George and Harold. We are cool. Me too. They made their own comics about superheroes. About a superhero named Captain Underpants. Tra-la-la. everyone thought their comics were so funny. Ha 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 ha, hee 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 hee, giggle giggle giggle. Except for their mean old principal, Mr. Krupp.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Look at him, he's blah, blah, blah.
He hates fun. One time, Mr. Krupp was being mean to George and Harold. Blah, 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 blah. So they bought a 3D hypno ring. And they hypnotized Mr. Krupp. I will obey. They turned him into Captain Underpants. I love this drawing of Captain Underpants. Hold on. Where is it? This one right over here. This panel's so good. Like, they're just little guys, and then Captain Underpants like, yeah. But Mr. Krupp thought he really was Captain Underpants. Jumped out the window to fight crime. Uh-oh! Tra-la-la! George and Harold tried to stop him, but they had to save the world first. Bad guy. Kaboom! Bad guy. That's Dr. Diaper. And there's naked Mr. Krupp. Kaboom! When they got back to school, George poured water on Captain Underpants' head. He turned back into Mr. Krupp, but something was wrong. Blah, blah, blah. This is the cutest stream idea. Thank you, Lil Poof Lip. Thank you so much. I try my best. I try my best. It's just like, what is it? It's like I'm your teacher, and I'm doing like, I'm reading you a story or whatever. I'm doing the preschooler method of reading. Or I read it and then I show you guys the pages. Anyways, back to the story. Thank you. Also, welcome in. Because now, for some strange reason, every time Mr. Krupp hears somebody snap their fingers, he turns back into Captain Underpants. Tra-la-la. So whatever you do, please don't snap your fingers around Mr. Krupp. Please, please, please don't snap those fingers. This has been a public service announcement from George and Harold, who still deny everything.
The end.
I love that. Please don't snap those fingers. Don't you do it. Don't be sassy now. Anyways, there's our prologue. Now into the meat and potatoes of everything. George and Harold. This is George Beard and Harold Hutchins. George is the kid on the left with the tie and the flat top. Harold is the one on the right with the t-shirt and the bad haircut. Remember that now. Joe's Furniture. Come in and see our pretty armchairs. That will never change. That will never change, forehead. Depending on who you asked, you'd probably hear a lot of different things about George and Harold. Their teacher, Ms. Ribble, might say that George and Harold were disruptive and behaviorally challenged. Their gym teacher, Mr. Meaner, might add that they were in serious need of a major
Attitude adjustment.
Their principal, Mr. Krupp, would probably have a few more choice words for them to include, like sneaky and criminal mischievous, and I'll get those boys if it's the last thing I... Well, you get the idea. But if you ask their parents, they'd probably tell you that George and Harold were smart and sweet and very good-hearted, even if they were a bit silly at times. I'd have to agree with their parents. Hi, Milky. And go, look, they're fucking around. They're fucking around with the sign. What are they doing? Don't you do that. Don't you do that. Uh-oh. Come see our hairy armpits. Come see our hairy armpits. Raise your hand if you would see their hairy armpits. What are they doing? They are fucking up. They're fucking up that sign. That's what they're doing. Hope you're doing well, Milky. Hope you're having a great Saturday. I hope everyone from the raid had a great Saturday so far. And I hope you guys enjoyed Splatoon 3. Okay, back to the fucking book. But even so, their silliness did get them into a lot of trouble. Sometimes, in fact, it got them into so much trouble, they accidentally almost destroyed the whole planet with an army of evil, vicious, talking toilets. But before I tell you that story, I have to tell you this story. I'm doing well. I just got out of the shower. I'm all squeaky clean. This is the best stream ever. Thank you, Tim. How are you doing, by the way? Hope you're having a good day. One fine morning at Jerome Horowitz. Oh, yeah. So that was what happened here. We have to first tell another story before we go into any fucking detail about the talking vicious evil toilets. Chapter 2, this story. One fine morning at Jerome Horowitz Elementary School, George and Harold had just gotten out of their 4th grade remedial gym class when they saw a big sign on the hallway. It was the announcement of the 2nd annual Invention Convention. I'm good. I'm Stony Baloney. That's good. I love to hear that people are Stony Baloney. Whoa, I want to get... Why did you type high like that? I want to get high. Dude, it's the 2nd Invention Convention.
Grand prize. Wow.
George and Harold had fond memories of last year's Invention Convention, but this year's convention was a bit different. The first prize winner got to be principal for the day. What the fuck? The famous Invention Convention? I know, right? Hi, how are you? Oh, we have to get... we have got to win the first prize this year, exclaimed Harold. Just then, George and Harold's principal, Mr. Krupp, showed up. Ha ha! He shouted. I'll bet you... Whoa! Whoa! Fucking spelling error in my Captain Underpants book? I hope someone gets fired for that blunder. No, Mr. Krupp, no. Aha! He shouted. I'll bet you two are up to no good. Not really, said George. We were just reading about this year's contest. Yeah, said Harold. We're going to win the first prize of the contest and be principals for the day. Dave Pilkley, no! It's actually Dov Pilk. It's actually Dov Pilk. I'll have you know. How will he recover from this? George and Harold are baller. Solid Mr. Krupp voice. Thank you. Laughed Mr. Krupp. Do you honestly think I'd let you two enter this year's contest after that stunt you pulled last year's Invention Convention? George and Harold smiled and thought about the first annual Invention Convention. Also, here is the picture. There's Mr. Krupp looking all angry and shit. Like, oh, I don't like these boys. The flashback. I don't know why, but in this book specifically, I love the drawings of like George and Harold. Like, they're just like little guys. Look at them. Look at Harold. I think, wait, no. Harold's I think George Beard is like the one where, yeah, George, okay, so yeah, George is like fucking awesome. I love both of them. George and Harold. Mr. Krupp kind of looks like that Captain Underpants guy. Yeah, only a little bit, if you really like squint and look at it in the right light. What is this? Why did I suddenly imagine Mr. Krupp with a muscle My mom! No, I won't do that. I may have somebody voice Muscle Man, or have a Muscle Man voice. Anyways, it was about 1 year earlier. All of the faculty and students of Jerome Horowitz Elementary School had gathered in the gymnasium for what would be later be known as the sticky chair incident. George and Harold stepped up to the microphone. There they are. Ladies and gentlemen, said George and Harold, Harold and I have invented something that is guaranteed to keep you glued to your seats. Yes, said Harold. We call it glued to... we called it glued to Mr. Krupp's... wait, what? We called it glued to... Mr. Krupp became very angry. Oh, okay. I guess you just get cut off with no, like, dash or whatever. Excuse me. Glue 2, Mr. Krupp became very angry. You two didn't invent glue, he shouted. He stood up to take the microphone away from Harold, and his chair stood up with him. Everyone in the gymnasium laughed. The school secretary, Miss Anthrope, stood up to help remove Mr. Krupp from his chair. Mr. Krupp's chair from his pants. Her chair stood up with her, too. Everyone in the gymnasium laughed even harder. Highly evolved glue, exactly. His chair got stuck to his fat ass, so true. The other teachers stood up, and you guessed it, they were stuck to their chairs as well. Everyone in the audience howled in laughter. One kid stood up to go to the bathroom, and his chair came up with him. Also, the audience stopped laughing so hard. They all quickly checked their chairs, and suddenly the laughter stopped completely. Everyone in the whole school was glued to their seats. Look at this shit. Uh-oh. They're fucking up. Misanthrope. Fuck. See, while it was true that George and Harold had not invented glue, they had invented a new kind of glue. By simply mixing rubber cement with concentrated orange juice mix, they had created a quick-drying, body heat-activated glue. Then they applied the special glue to every seat in the gymnasium except theirs. Early that morning, everybody in the gymnasium was glaring at George and Harold and seething with anger. Yo, they're seething, they're molding, they're coping. I've got a good idea, said George. What? Asked Harold. Run!
They're all laughing and running away and shit.
Cement? Yes. Yes, cement. 100% cement. That's okay. Sitting is comfy anyway. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with being a little comfy. George and Harold were grinning from ear to ear, remembering their silly little invention and the chaos that followed. That was hilarious, laughed Harold. Yeah, chuckled George. It'll be hard to top this this year. Well, you won't get a chance this year, said Mr. Krupp. Took out his magnifying glass and held it up to fine print on the sign. This contest is open to all students in the 3rd and 4th grades, except George Beard and Harold Hutchins.
I also love that they have like Peanuts eyes right here. It's really nice. Oh, look at him. He's like biting his lip like,
This is just a book about two child psychopaths who made friends. Yeah, exactly. You mean we can't enter the contest? Asked Harold. It's worse than that, laughed Mr. Krupp. You boys can't even attend this year's convention. I'm putting you two in study hall that whole day. Mr. Krupp turned and walked away, laughing victoriously. Rats, said Harold. What are we gonna do now? Well, said George, you know the old saying, if you can't join 'em, beat 'em. Chapter 4, The Invention. Early that evening, George and Harold snuck back into the school with their supplies. They crept into the gymnasium, peeked around. I think somebody's still in here, whispered Harold. Oh, it's just Melvin Sneedley. Ew. Can I get an L? Just an L in the chat for fucking Melvin Sneedley, the worst fucking character. Melvin was the school brainiac. He was busy putting some last-minute touches on his new invention for the contest. Thank you guys for the L. What is a flesh tuber? That's me. I'm a flesh tuber. It's so you know how there's VTubers, right? You got someone like Strawberry. They're a VTuber. While I am a flesh tuber, right? VTubers are like virtual, like YouTubers. Flesh tubers are just actual like cam users. And you are flesh. Exactly. I'm flesh. See, I'm flesh, made out of good old meat and bone. Continuing.
Also, note that if you guys want to interject and say something about the book or whatever, I'll always stop and read some of the stuff. Some of your comments. It was not by my hand. I was once again given flesh.
But enough talk. How about you?
I love that game so much. We should wait here until he leaves, whispered Harold. No way, said George. He could be here all night. Let's just go over and talk to him. When Melvin saw George and Harold approaching, he was not happy.
Oh no!
He said,
I'll bet you guys are here to mess with everybody's inventions.
Nice guess, said George. Listen, promise not to mess with your invention if you promise not to tell anybody that you saw us here tonight. Melvin looked lovingly at his invention and reluctantly agreed.
I promise,
He said. Great, said George. Say, what is that invention of yours anyways? It's just it just looks like a photocopy machine.
Well, it used to be a photocopy machine,
Said Melvin.
but I've made some major adjustments to it.
Now, it is an invention
That will revolutionize the world. I call it Patsy 2000.
that revolutionized the world, and you named it Patsy? Asked Harold.
Yes,
Said Melvin.
Patsy is an acronym for Photoatomic
Transomgobligating Yectophantriploktonic Zanziptomizer. I'm sorry I asked. Yeah, can somebody please... What the fuck does this... The fuck is this? L nerd. It's called Patsy for a reason.
Allow me to demonstrate,
Said Melvin.
The Patsy 2000 can take any one-dimensional image and create a living, breathing, three-dimensional copy of that image. For example, take this ordinary photograph of a mouse.
Melvin placed the photo of the mouse onto the glass screen, Patsy 2000, and pressed start. Light in the gymnasium dimmed as all the power in the entire school seemed to get sucked into the Patsy 2000. Soon, the machine began to vibrate and hum loudly. Hamster. Yes, so true. And tiny bolts of static electricity snapped out from underneath. I hope that thing doesn't explode, said Harold.
Oh, this is nothing. You should have seen how the Patsy 2000 reacted when I copied a poodle.
Finally, after a series of flashes and loud zaps, everything stopped. A small ding was heard, then a tiny mouse crawled out the side door of the Patsy 2000 onto the floor.
Isn't it wonderful?
Exclaimed Melvin.
Microwave intensifies. There it is. Look, he turned that mouse into a mouse.
George inspected the mouse closely. That's a great trick, George laughed. You really had me going for a while.
It's not a trick,
cried Melvin.
The Patsy 2000 really does bring photos to life. I've even created a living creature from paintings and drawings.
Yeah, right, laughed Harold. And I thought we were the con artists. George and Harold walked away, chuckling. It was time to move on to the bigger and better things. Chapter 5, Bigger and Better Things. George and Harold went to the other end of the gymnasium, opened their backpacks, and began work. George busied himself turning all the spray nozzles of the atomic dog washer around, while Harold filled up the soap tank with Indian ink. What the fuck? They're doing a bunch of pranks, these fucking jokesters! This kid made a cloning machine from photos. That's too much power. Well, you'll see that, yeah, no, Melvin is a force to be reckoned with later on in the series. This year's invention convention. Okay, here we go. Then they moved on to the volcano detector.
Will you please pass me the big bag of butterscotch pudding and a Phillips head screwdriver? Asked Harold. Sure, said George, as he carefully inserted eggs into the electric ping-pong ball server. Chapter 6. The Invention Convention. Following day started out sunny and cheerful. Students and faculty filed into the gymnasium, checked the seats very carefully before sitting down. Greetings, said Mr. Krupp, who was standing up at the microphone. You don't need to worry about your sticky seats today, he said. I've taken measures to ensure that this invention convention won't be a disaster like last year's. Look at him, he's like, he's greeny. He's like, Everyone settled in as Madison Mancini, a third grader, stepped on stage to demonstrate her automatic dog washer. First, said Madison, you put your dog in the tub, and then you press this button. Madison pressed the start button, and at first, nothing happened. Then suddenly, a spurt of inky black water sprayed up, and the crowd, and out over the crowd. Everyone, except the dog, got soaked as Madison tried to desperately turn off the sprayers. It can't stop, she cried. Someone turned the nozzles around. Now who could have done that? Asked Mr. Krupp. What the dog doing? Yeah, what the dog doing? What the dog doing? What the dog doing? Dog looking sussy and mad cute. Next page. Up next was Donnie Schumacher with his electric ping pong ball server. He turned the machine on and immediately began hurling extra large grade A eggs to the crowd. Went the machine. Splat, 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 splat. Went the eggs. The dog was safe all along. So true. What the dog did was nothing, actually. If you think about it. I can't turn the machine off, cried Donnie. Somebody jam a paperclip into the controller.
Now who could have done that?
Asked Miss Ribble. Freddie Moore's volcano detector was also a big flop. When Freddie connected the circuits to a 9-volt battery, a large spring, having crammed into the center of his miniature volcano, launched a giant plastic bag of butterscotch pudding high into the crowd. It landed somewhere between the third and fourth rows. Splat! Hey, whined Freddie. Somebody put pudding in my volcano.
Now who could have done that?
Asked Mr. Wiener. The rest of the day went on much the same way, with people shouting everything from, hey, who put oatmeal in my solar-powered leaf blower? To, hey, who let all the mice out of my treadmill dune buggy? What the fuck? It wasn't long before everyone fled the gymnasium, and the second annual invention convention had to be called off. How could this have happened? Cried Mr. Krupp as he wiped chocolate syrup, pencil shavings, and cream of mushroom soup off his face and shirt. And George and Harold have been in the study hall all day long. I put them there myself.
Excuse me, Mr. Krupp,
said Meldon Seeley.
I think I have the answer to your question.
Oh yeah, here was, I don't know if I showed you guys this page. And I will take a hydrate. Thank you so much, Eastan. Thank you. Moving on. Chapter 7. Busted. Okay, sorry. Just checking stuff. Chapter 7. Busted. Crash. Also, when we get to around halfway through this book, I may take a little break just to go downstairs, heat myself up some pizza, and then eat a little bit. We'll talk about some stuff during that little break. Just me eating, and then we'll go back to reading. Crash! went the door to the study hall room. Mr. Krupp stomped in like a crazy person. George and Harold had never seen him be this upset before. "You boys are in so much trouble," Mr. Krupp shouted. "I'm putting you two on permanent detention for the rest of the school year." Wait a second, cried George. "You can't prove anything." "Yeah," said Harold. "We've been here all day." Mr. Krupp smiled a devilishly and looked towards the door. "Oh, Melvin," he called. Melvin Sneedley stepped into the room covered in mustard, eggshells, and shredded coconut.
They did it,
Melvin said, pointing at George and Harold.
I saw him last night in the gym.
"Melvin!" cried George, horrified. "You promised!"
I changed my mind,
Melvin said, grinning smugly.
Have fun in detention.
After school, Krupp ushered George and Harold into the detention room and wrote a long sentence on the chalkboard. "From now on," yeah, traitor, fucking asshole, worst fucking character in all of the entire Captain Underpants story trilogy, or all the books. "You boys will spend 2 hours a day after school copying this sentence over and over. I want every chalkboard in this room filled completely." On his way out the door, Mr. Krupp turned and said with an evil grin, "And if either of you leaves this room for any reason, I'm going to suspend you both." Here's the thing that they have to repeat, and there's Melvin Sneedley being the worst fucking person ever invented. "I will never do anything which angers my handsome and charming principal, Mr. Krupp, or ever again." Taking another sip. Shoot him. Snitches end up in ditches. So true. Snitches are bitches. So on and so forth. We've been through this entire thing. Now, as you might have guessed, writing sentences was nothing new to George and Harold. These two boys waited until Mr. Krupp left the room, and they each took 4 homemade wooden rods out of their backpacks. The rods had holes in them that George and Harold had drilled in George's dad's woodshop. George screwed the rods together, while Harold inserted pieces of chalk into each hole. Well, hold on. Was that a glass boot? Was that a boot glass bottle? Yes, this is my DOS boot. It's what I use to stay hydrated constantly. It's really fucking good. Yummy. It holds fuck tons of water. DOS boot. Then they each took a pull and began copying Mr. Krupp's sentence. Every time they wrote one sentence, the wooden poles made 12. After about 3.5 minutes, every chalkboard in the room was completely filled.
Look at these crafty little son bitches.
They're goated with the sauce. After we read chapter 9, which is coming up, the next upcoming chapter, which is a comic book chapter, I will take a short break. Just to eat. George and Harold sat down and admired their work. "We've got a lot of time on our hands now," said George. "Got any ideas?" "Let's make a new comic book," said Harold. So the two boys took out some paper and pens and created an all-new adventure about their favorite superhero. It was called Captain Underpants and the Attack of the Talking Toilets. Chapter 9, Captain Underpants and the Attack of the Chroma Key Talking Toilets. Story by George Beard, pictures by Harold Hutchins. One day at school, everything was pretty normal. Oh, wait. I have to do my superhero reading voice.
One day at school, everything was pretty normal. The lunch ladies were serving toasted rat sandwiches, which sound very good right about now. The principal was yelling, blah, 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 blah. And the gym teacher was being mean to everybody.
My grandma can run faster than you guys.
Then a UFO appeared. It zapped the school with an evil ray. The ray made all of the toilets come to life. It made them evil too. The toilets were hungry. Yum, yum, eat 'em up. Yum, yum, eat 'em up. So, they ate the gym teacher.
Help, help! The toilets just snatched somebody's car and aimed up the gym teacher.
Lord have mercy! Was it my car?
I love how the gym teacher is drawn here.
It's like, my grandma runs faster than you assholes.
And the talkie toilets are so base. Look at them.
They're saying, yum, yum, eat 'em up.
This looks like a job for Crash Captain Underpants!
Captain Underpants ran to the storage room.
Yum, yum, eat 'em up.
He found a bunch of plungers. He put them in the toilets. Their mouths got stuck. Tra-la-la. Hooray for Captain Underpants!
Here's the first thing.
Now it's time to stop the evil UFO. Captain Underpants went outside and saw the UFO.
It opened up, and out jumped the terrible Turbo Toilet 2000. I'll flush you!
That's what he says. That's my turbo toilet voice. Is it good? They had a big fight. Captain Underpants was faster than a speeding waistband, more powerful than boxer shorts, tra-la-la, kick, and able to leap tall buildings without getting a wedgie. Captain Underpants snuck up behind the Turbo Toilet 2000 and gave him a wedgie. Wedgie power!
Ouchie!
Then he hung the TT 2000 on a stop sign, pulled it back hard, then he let go. Swang, kaboom! The spaceship blew up and the toilets returned to normal. Hooray! Even the gym teacher escaped. Oh man.
They hated that.
They hated that. Treehouse Comic segment. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. And I'm gonna take a short break while I eat. We can talk about Captain Underpants or just talk about stuff in general. And then we'll go back to reading. Okay? Okay, I'll be right back.
right, I'm back. Hello, hello, hello. I have, in the vein of Captain Underpants, I've decided to eat cheeseburger and pizza. Just because George and Harold would eat that stuff. I feel they like junk food and pizza probably. I don't know. Oh fuck. Should I put this under ASMR now? Because now you're gonna hear me chewing and shit. You know what I'm probably actually gonna do is just go back to being BRB, quickly eat this all up, and then come back to you guys, because I want to just like go ham wild on this, but I shouldn't because you know I'm in front of an audience right now. Oh yeah, exactly. I'm gonna literally like do that. The like I'm going to and eat like a fucking carrot like that one pufferfish did. But not die afterwards, because no one's gonna chop me up or anything. So I will BRB again, because now senses kind of came to me, and now I'm gonna just eat this food. BRB. Oh boy. Oh my dear sweet Gideon. Dude, I went ham. I fucking finished that entire pizza and burger just like in that little short span of time. Holy fuck. Call me Joey Chestnut. Look back, thank you. Be impressed. Woo. All right. Next up, chapter 10, the big mistake. We're back to reading now. Was the pizza good? It was so good. It's just regular old cheese pizza, but holy fuck. I needed that. I was going stir crazy for a little bit there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just like, my brain was just like, I need food. I need food. Excuse me. Chapter 10, The Big Mistake. Or A Big Mistake. George and Harold sat together in their detention room, reading through their newest comic book and beaming proudly. We've got to go to the office and make copies of this, said George. So we can sell them on the playground tomorrow. We can't, said Harold. Don't you remember? Mr. Krupp said that he'll suspend us if he caught us leaving this room. Then we won't let him catch us. Wait, it's rain. Oh, that's just like this. What is it? It's the background. It has background noise like added in, so like it has like ASMR, like rain effects and thunder and shit.
So you probably did.
Oh, here it is. Here's them looking at their comic book. George and Harold sneaked out of the room quietly and crawled down the hall to the office. Uh-oh, said Harold. There's a bunch of teachers in there. We'll never get to use the copy machine, said George. Are there any other copy machines in the school? How about the one that Melvin had in the gym? Asked Harold. Oh yeah, said George. Oh, the ambient sounds. Yes, exactly. George and Harold crept over to the gym and found the Patsy 2000. Uh-oh. Yeah, Monka S and fucking D, dude. Don't they fucking realize this is like a thing that makes things real? What the fuck? Wonder if this machine still makes copies, said Harold. Melvin did say that it started off, that he had to just make some adjustments to it. Oh, we probably just crammed the mouse in there to fool us, said George. It's the oldest trick in the book. I'm sure this machine just still makes regular copies. George placed the cover of the new comic book face down on the glass screen and pressed start. Sans will be real in 5 minutes. I don't think Sans is going to be real, but the talking toilets may become real.
It's just a game theory, I think.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Glass screen, pressed start. All at once, the lights in the whole school dimmed, and the Patsy 2000 began to shake and clunk around wildly. Giant volts of static electricity zapped out of the bottom of the machine as a great whirlwind rose from the top. Loose papers and other small objects in the room were sucked into the wind, and they spun above the machine like a raging cyclone. I don't think it's supposed to do this, shouted George over the horrible noise. Finally, after a series of flashes and loud zaps, the noise, wind, sparks stopped altogether. The only sound that could be heard was of something groaning and crawling about inside the bloated, battered frame of the Patsy 2000. Sounds like something's alive inside there, said Harold. George snatched the comic book from the top of the machine. Let's get out of here, he cried. There it is, the machine going insane. They fucked up. Just then, a small ding was heard, and a full-sized, shiny white toilet emerged from the Patsy 2000. Its teeth were sharp and jagged, and its angry eyeballs glowed with red, swirling veins. Yum, yum, eat 'em up, cried the evil toilet. Almost immediately, another talking toilet emerged, followed by another, and another, and another. Yum, yum, eat 'em up, they cried. Oh no, Melvin was right! The photoatomic transubrogating oh my god, yeah.
trophantriplicizing really does create living and breathing three-dimensional copies from one-dimensional images, Harold cried convulsively. I've got an idea, said George. What? asked Harold. Run! Cried George. Yeah, they actually do look like Conquer enemies. Look at this. They have like the rare eyeballs and everything. The Invention Convention Detention Suspension. George and Harold screamed and ran out the door, closing it tightly behind. Aha! Yelled Mr. Krupp, who was just coming down the hall. You boys left the detention room. You know what that means, don't you? It wasn't our fault, cried Harold. Too bad, Mr. Krupp shouted with delight. You boys are officially suspended. Wait, cried George. You gotta listen. Behind this door is an army of evil, vicious talking. I don't have to listen to you boys ever again, laughed Mr. Krupp. Now get your stuff and get out of this school. But, Harold stammered. You don't understand. Get out! Mr. Krupp screamed. I don't think that's how suspensions works, but, you know, whatever. George and Harold groaned and walked to their lockers to collect their stuff. Gosh, said Harold. One day we've gotten detention, suspension, and we've created an army of evil talking toilets who want to take over the world. That's a pretty bad day, even by our standards, said George. Oh well, said Harold. I just hope things just don't get any worse. Chapter 12, Things Get Worse. Word spread quickly throughout the office that George and Harold have been suspended. The teachers rushed out to cheer and laugh at the two boys. You're in big trouble now, chuckled Miss Anthrope. I can't wait to call your parents and tell them the news.
Let's take their desks outside and chop them up,
cried Miss Ribble. Suspension, a double-edged sword, so true.
Haha! Let's throw a party in the gym!
Shouted Mr. Meaner. There they are.
Fucking assholes just celebrating and shit.
But also, they're gonna celebrate in the gym? They don't know that there's a couple of assholes waiting there. Oh my god. No! Cried George. Whatever you do, don't open the door to the gym.
We can do whatever we like,
snarled Mr. Meaner. He dashed over to the gymnasium door. Look, I'm opening the door. He quickly opened the gym door. Now I'm closing the door, he said. Now I'm opening the door again. And now I'm... An evil toilet has stuck its mouth through the door, snapped Mr. Meaner up, and swallowed him whole. Flush. Talking toilets then pushed their way through the open gymnasium doors and spilled out to the hallways. Yum, yum, eat 'em up. Yum, yum, eat 'em up. Oh, I just got it. Misdemeanor. Oh, wait, I also didn't even get that. That's funny. Vor.
This book is teaching kids about vor.
Take a sip of my soda. The teachers couldn't believe their eyes. They screamed and ran for their lives. Only Mr. Krupp, Miss Ribble, and George and Harold remained, frozen in fear. They watched paralyzed as the talking toilets came nearer and nearer. Finally, Miss Ribble, miserable. Oh, I also just got that. Koopa Koopa. What's up, Milky? Pointed at the toilets and snapped her fingers. Snap.
Go away, she cried. Go away this minute.
But the toilets didn't listen. They moved closer and closer. Finally, Miss Ribble turned and ran. Mr. Krupp, however, just stood there in a daze. George and Harold looked up at him. Uh-oh, said Harold. Did she just snap her fingers? Okay, just sitting through this D&D session. Oh, I hope the D&D session's going all right. The the fact that you're in here still talking, I mean, so that maybe it's a little boring at the moment. Well, I mean, D&D kind of gets that way from time to time, you know? I like D&D, but I don't know. After playing like what I would consider like my favorite / best like D&D game, it's just like kind of hard to go back, you know what I mean? It has nothing to do with me right now, so I'm just sitting here. Well, don't worry, we're still reading Captain Underpants, the attack of the chroma key talking toilets. I mean, it looks like we're like around halfway through. Did she just snap her fingers? Yep, said George. Now we're really in trouble. And George was right. For at that moment, Mr. Krupp had begun to change. A silly, heroic smile came over his face, and he stood defiantly before his foes. I'll put a stop to you vile villains, he said fearlessly. But first, I need some supplies. Oh wait, forgot. He's already changed. He's already changed for the better. For the butter. Woo! Yeah, I know, right? Mr. Krupp turned and dashed to his office. George and Harold ran after him. Why did Miss Ribble have to snap her fingers? Cried Harold. Why? Never mind that, cried George. Mr. Krupp is turning into Captain Underpants. We gotta pour water over his head before it's too late. Chapter 13. It's too late. George and Harold reached Mr. Krupp's office. They found only his clothes and shoes and his toupee on the floor. Look, said Harold. The window is open, and one of the red curtains is missing. What do we do now? Asked George. Do we save Captain Underpants? Or do we stay here to be eaten by a bunch of toilets? Let me think about that one. As Harold said Harold as he climbed out of the window. Ah, good choice. Dungeons and Dragons? Yes.
That's what D&D is, dum-dum.
Having some of the crust. That shit's so good. George quickly collected Mr. Krupp's things and shoved them into his backpack. Then he jumped out of the window after Harold. Two boys slid down the flagpole and ran off after Captain Underpants. Where do you think he's going? Asked George. I have no idea, said Harold. We'd better run fast because I think we're being followed. Fucking funny little toilet coming out. Yeah! That's awesome. I believe in them. I believe in them. I think the toilets will win. I like them. I like the toilets a lot. Captain Underpants dashed through the backyard of some nearby houses, collecting pairs of underwear from their clotheslines. Mommy, Mommy, said a little boy looking out his window. A man in a red cape just stole our underwear. And now two boys are being chased by a ferocious-looking toilet with some sharp, pointy teeth, screaming, yum, yum, eat 'em up. Yeah, right, laughed his mother. Just how gullible do you think I am? Toilet humor, so true. There's that. And then the mother is reading How to Lose 20 Pounds in 3 Days. A sucker for the common trap. Or the common, what is it? Scam, I guess is what it is. Okay, the talking toilet takeover. Captain Underpants was finished commandeering the underwear of local citizens, commandeering the underwear of local civilians. He dashed back to Jerome Horowitz Elementary to save the day. School was now overrun with chaos. Miserable, Miss Ripple came tearing out the door, followed by several evil toilets.
Help me, she cried. They've swallowed every teacher in the whole building except me.
Don't worry, ma'am. I won't let them eat you up, Captain Underpants said as a toilet ate her up.
I love this little doodle of Miss Ripple.
A toilet ate her up,
Oops.
said Captain Underpants. Now only George, Harold, and Captain Underpants were left. They stood on the front lawn of the school, completely surrounded by hungry, drooling toilets.
Yum, yum, eat 'em up.
The toilets chanted.
Yum, yum, eat 'em up. Yum, yum, eat 'em up.
Miss Ripple. Yeah, miserable. We're doomed, cried Harold. Never underestimate the power of underwear, cried Captain Underpants, as he stretched and shot underwear to the waiting mouths of the talking toilets. Unfortunately, the toilets just kind of swallowed the underwear whole. It only seemed to make them hungrier and hungrier. More slingshot. Pew, pew, pew. If only we could think of something that would make them really sick, said George. Yeah, Harold continued. Something so vile and disgusting that it would make them blow their cookies and wreathe in agony. Suddenly, George and Harold's faces lit up. Cafeteria food! They shouted, and faster than a speeding waistband, our three heroes dashed into the school. Chapter 15. Cream chipped beefed to the rescue. Ew, gross. George, Harold, and Captain Underpants got inside of the school safely and closed the front door behind them. I think toilets are all outside, said George. But not for long, said Harold. Quickly, they ran to the school's kitchen, discovered the cart holding a large vat of something green and sludgy. Yuck, said George, holding his nose. What is this stuff? I think it's tomorrow's lunch, said Harold. Perfect. I never thought I'd be glad to see creamed chipped beef.
Here it is. There's the creamed chipped beef. I have no idea what the fuck that means.
It kind of sounds alright, being quite honest. Together, they wheeled a tub of stinky green gloop down the hallway and out the side door of the school. His fucking face. Yeah, I love their faces in that one. It's so good where they're like,
Especially Captain Underpants'. He's like, I love where they're going with this one.
Captain Underpants sat on the cart and stretched a pair of underwear over his head like a slingshot. Chipped beef is a classic military dish made with dried beef in a thick, creamy white sauce. That still kind of sounds alright. Am I fucked up for saying that? Am I fucked up for being like, I'd try that? What do you guys think? Chipped beef is a form of pressed, salted, dried beef that's sliced into thin pieces. That's just beef jerky! I imagine the quality depends. Heard it's salted as heck. Sounds still pretty good. I love salt. George stood over him and scooped some cafeteria food into the underwear and stretched it back. Harold wheeled the cart towards the talking toilets. Tra-la-la! Shouted Captain Underpants loudly. The talking toilets turned and saw our three heroes. All at once, they started shouting,
Yum, yum, eat 'em up. Yum, yum, eat 'em up.
and the chase was on.
Look at the fucking toilets. I love them. Look at this one. This one's awesome. He's just zooted the fuck out. I love that.
Thunk. Harold pulled the cart across the playground as one of the toilets zipped after them. Fire one, Captain! Fire one, Captain! Cried Captain Underpants. George shot a glob of creamed chipped beef into the first toilet's mouth. The toilet swallowed it whole. Harold kept pulling as George scooped another serving into the underwear and pulled it back. Fire two! Cried Captain Underpants. Zip! Went the cafeteria food right into the second toilet's mouth. Shit on a what? Fun fact, Adding cream gravy to it and putting the whole affair on toast makes it an SOS. Shit on a shingle. That's actually kind of funny. The whole process repeated itself until every last toilet had swallowed at least 2 servings of creamed chipped beef. We're almost out of ammo! We're almost out of ammo! Captain Underpants shouted. And I don't think I can run anymore, said Harold, huffing and puffing. Don't worry, look, said George, pointing at all the toilets. They had all slowed down and were beginning to groan and wobble around. Their eyes crossed, and they turned an odd shade of green. Look out! Cried Harold. I think they're gonna hurl! Trigger warning. Throw up. And that's just what they did. George, Harold, Captain Underpants watched the toilets upchucked everything they had eaten during that day. The cream chipped beef, the underwear, and even the teachers all came without a scratch. Then the toilet spun around in small circles and fell to the ground dead. George checked the teachers. They're alive, he said, unconscious but alive. Wow, said Harold. That was easy. Too easy, said George. Ah, shit. It's doing the thing again. I need to restart the camera once again. I wonder if I just, like, turn it... This one? If I do this, then this? I think that wouldn't do anything, because that just doesn't really... Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Whoa there, buckaroo. Okay, it's good now. I don't even do anything. I don't know what the fuck that was. That's a first. Anyways, here's the thing. Got Captain Underpants all being like, yeah, I fucking did all that shit, boy. Dude, look at the fucking Pepe laugh. Pepe green. Imagine creamed chipped beef isn't too bad, but presuming this is based off the stereotypical public middle school. Oh yeah, no, I think it's supposed to like sound gross and stuff. Like it's supposed to look gross, but just like the concept of it, right? You just have beef in like a cream soup. Doesn't sound too bad, but yeah, no, of course it's gonna be gross because it's like making fun of middle school lunches. And probably unseasoned to say, save for that natural salt from chipped beef. Or beef was can aged, so the whole stew sat in a pot for hours. Yeah, probably not good. This rendition of it's probably not good, but I feel like you could make it good. Oh, but before it was like, wow, that was so easy. Too easy, said George. What do you mean? Asked Harold. George pulled the comic out of his backpack and showed it to Harold. Remember how the Patsy turned everything on the front cover into her comic book to life? He asked. Yeah, so? Well, said George as he pointed to the Turbo Toilet 2000 on the front cover of the comic. We haven't seen him yet. Chapter 16, the Turbo Toilet 2000. Suddenly, the Turbo Toilet 2000 came charging out the front door of the school with a terrible crash. The earth rumbled beneath its mighty footsteps as nearly a ton of twisting steel and raging porcelain descended upon our heroes. This fucking design goes hard, by the way. Like, holy shit. It's got like metal arms, and it's got like fucking spikes on its shoulders and shit. That design goes nutty. Hold on, sorry, just checking something real quick.
You three meddling fools may have destroyed my army of talking toilets,
Screamed the Turbo Toilet 2000.
but you're all out of cafeteria food. How are you going to stop me?
I'll tell you how, Captain Underpants said boldly with wedgie power. Wait, Captain Underpants, cried George. You can't fight that thing. He'll rip you to pieces. Boys, said Captain Underpants nobly, I must fight valiantly for truth, justice, and all that is pre-shrunk and cottony.
Look at him. Look at him. He is so cool. Oh, dude, he's snitch fingering. He's snitch fingering.
Captain Underpants leapt onto the Turbo Toilet 2000 and the battle began. I sure hope this doesn't lead to extreme graphic violence, said Harold. Me too, said George. Chapter 17, the Extreme Graphic Violence Chapter, Part 1, in Flip-O-Rama. Following chapter contains intense scenes of showing a man in his underwear battling a giant toilet. Please do not try this at home. This is a trigger warning for all you guys who do not like toilets or fat men in their underwear. The Art of Flip-O-Rama. In the past, literally dozens of epic novels have been written that have changed the course of history. Moby Dick, Gone with the Wind, and of course Captain Underpants and the Attack of the Talking Toilets. The only difference between our novel and those other Brand X novels is that ours is the only one that cares enough to bring you the latest in cheesy animation technology. Flip-O-Rama! Fantastic. All right, chat, are you ready? Shit's gonna be goated. All right, let's fucking go. Let's do this Flip-O-Rama shit. Wedgie power versus potty power. Who will win? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. How did I do this last time? Fuck. Because this doesn't feel right. Oh, fuck. Wedgie. Oh, fuck. Fuck, this one's a lot harder to do because there's like a lot more. Hold on. Let me do this. Yeah, I think I held the bottom. Bottom like this. Yes, I think this is what it was as well.
He's fucking giving him a fat fucking wedgie. Triple combo.
All right, next one. Oh no, the potty power punch prevails. Chat, not the potty power punch. Here it comes. Fucking.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit.
Okay, next up. The carnivorous commode captures the captain. This isn't good. He's all wet now. Oh no. Making sure I'm doing that right? Yeah. Gone. Flushed. Harold and the purple ballpoint pen. Everything seemed hopeless. Captain Underpants had slipped and fallen into the mouth of the Turbo Toilet 2000. And now, the giant toilet was coming after George and Harold. Laughed the powerful porcelain predator.
Once I have eaten you two kids up, I'll take over the world!
I'm finally here. Welcome, Puffy. Welcome. You just made it to, I want to say, a little bit more than halfway through the second book. You got one more book to go through, so don't worry. There's still more to read.
I'll take over the world!
Not if we have anything to say about it, yelled George. George and Harold ran into the school. Oh shit, wait. See the giant kecking toilet?
Also, how you doing, Puffy? I hope you're doing well. We're having a good Saturday. Look at him, he's like,
Keck W. George and Harold ran into the school, locked the door behind them. The Turbo Toilet 2000 banged against the door with its fist, shouting,
You boys can't hide in there forever!
George and Harold ran to the gym. I've got a plan, said George. We need to invent a character who can defeat the giant robot toilet. How about a giant robot urinal? Asked Harold. We can call it the urinator. No way, said George. They'll never let us get away with that in a children's book. We're skating on thin ice as it is. All right, said Harold. How about a giant plunger robot? He can carry a really big plunger end. That's it, cried George. So Harold took out his purple ballpoint pen and began to draw. Give him laser eyes, said George. All right, said Harold. And give him a turbo automatic rocket boosters, said George. Got it, said Harold. And make him obey our every command, said George. I'm way ahead of you, said Harold. Oh shit, this, like, the one page is stuck. Oh shit, here you go.
They're drawing the guy as fast as fucking possible. They're going.
Harold finished his drawing, and George inspected it carefully. This just might work, said George. Yeah, said Harold. If the Patsy 2000 can hold out. The boys turned and looked over at the dented, cracked, and beaten up machine laying on its side on the corner. George and Harold pushed the Patsy 2000 upright, dusted it off. Come on, Patsy, old girl, said George. We really need you now. Yeah, said Harold. The fate of the entire planet is in our hands. The incredible robo-plunger. George took Harold's picture and placed it on the screen of the Patsy 2000 and pressed start. The lights around them dimmed as the weary machine began to shake and smoke. Lightning bolts zapped and thunder clapped, and the whole gymnasium shook with photo-atomic transomogobulatory yetafustic energy. Come on, Patsy! George shouted over the horrible noise. You can do it, baby! There it is. Look at that. Look at that, how it's going crazy like that.
Look at them padding it.
Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt! Finally, a small ding was heard, and the Patsy 2000 coughed up a huge metallic behemoth. It rose up and stood valiantly before George and Harold. It was the incredible robo-plunger. Hooray! Cried George. It worked! Way to go, Patsy! Harold cheered. Now let's go outside and kick some turbo toilet tush.
That's what he looks like. He's another raw design, another raw robot design. Excuse me. The miracle of childbirth. It's a beautiful thing, really. Indeed.
Chapter 20. The Extreme Graphic Violence Chapter, Part 2. Notice, the following chapter contains a terribly naughty scenes depicting a giant toilet getting its shiny hiney kicked. All toilet violence was carefully monitored by the PETT, People for the Ethical Treatment of Toilets. Oh my god. Fucking PETA joke? No actual toilets were harmed in the making of this chapter. Alright, here we go. Here we go. This is the best fucking one. Here we go. Get ready. Fucking. Hold on. If I can fucking get this shit. He's going crazy. He's going crazy. The best part for this one is like if you actually do it legit and you just go. You can do it like super fast. Oh, not with this fucking paper. There we go. I want to see if I can like copy that. No, I probably can't. It's super fucking hard to do up here really fast, but still. Anyways, you get the idea. He gets the shit beat out of him. And they just smile. They just fucking smile. Like, ee. I feel like I was liable to tear the page like that. Yeah, no. It is super easy to tear these fucking pages, let me tell ya. Holy fucking shnikes. In fact, I think I actually tore the page of one of my books for that. Yep, it happened to me all the time. But these are all fresh new copies, so none of them none of them will get fucked up. I hope. I pray. I hope.
The incredible Robo Plunger kicks the TT2000's Tushy. Kick. Yeah. Ow, my asshole. They're fucking rare.
I must destroy. Alright, next up.
The TT2000 takes the plunge. Takes the motherfucking plunge, dude.
Anyhow, I gotta go get dinner. In case I don't see you later, have a good one. Thanks for sticking around, Kraft. I hope you enjoy your dinner. Your din. Alright. Chapter 21. The Aftermath. The incredible Robo Plunger has defeated the evil Turbo Toilet 2000. But George and Harold's problems weren't over yet. They reached into the crumpled mouth of the TT2000 and pulled out their principal.
What happened here?
What happened here? Is probably how I would have said that. Cried Mr. Krupp. The school's been destroyed, the teachers are all unconscious, and I'm standing here in my underwear.
Look at that. Look at the Robo Plunger. Look how cool he is.
And the Turbo Toilet 2000. Uh-oh, Harold whispered. Captain Underpants must have gotten the toilet water in his head. Turned him back into Principal Krupp. George took Mr. Krupp's clothes and hair out of his backpack and handed them to him. I'm ruined, Principal Krupp whined as he dressed himself. I'm going to be held responsible for this mess. I'm going to lose my job. Maybe not, said George. We can fix everything and clean up this whole mess. Yeah, but it'll cost you. Cost me what? Asked Mr. Krupp. Well, said George, we'd like you to cancel our detention and our suspension. And we'd like to be principals for the day, said Harold. All right, said Mr. Krupp. If you can really fix everything, you've got a deal. There he is, miserably putting on his shoes and stuff again. George and Harold turned and spoke to the incredible Robo Plunger. All right, Robo Guy, said George. Make yourself useful and pick up all the mess. Yeah, and fix up the school too, said Harold. Use your laser eyes to repair all the broken windows and stuff. And when you're done, said George, take all the evidence and fly it up to Uranus. And don't come back, said Harold. Chapter 22. To make a long story short, the robot obeyed. Fantastic. Chapter 23. After the Aftermath. The incredible Robo Plunger soared off into space, just as the teachers began to regain consciousness. I thought I had the strangest dream, said Ms. Ripple. It was all about these evil toilets who wanted to take over the world.
Yeah, I had the same dream too,
said the other teachers. Well, said Mr. Krupp, things turned out all right after all. Not quite, said George. It's payback time, as they fucking peepo smile. Chapter 24, which I believe this is the last chapter for this book. Principles for the Day, or the Invention, Convention, Detention, Suspension, Prevention.
Attention students,
said George over the intercom the following day.
this is your principal, George. You've all been excused for classes today. There will be no homework or tests, and everyone gets A pluses for the day. That's right,
said Principal Harold.
Also, we're hosting an all-day recess outside, completely with free pizza, french fries, cotton candy, and a live DJ. Now go outside and play.
Look at them. They did it. They won. They win. Yay.
Aw. Principal George and Principal Harold strolled out to the playground to behold their glorious domain. George got a slice of pepperoni pizza, while Harold made himself a banana split at the all-you-can-eat ice cream sundae bar. It's good to be principals, said George. Yep, said Harold. I wish we could be principals every day. Holy franc, dude, is that Chai Koopa? Yes. Hi, Lucas, how you doing? Hope your Saturday's been well. Caught us at the tail end of Captain Underpants and the Attack of the Talking Toilets. But we got one more book to go through after this. It's been good, yeah. That's good to hear, that's good to hear. So here's the thing.
Look at them, they're all having fun. Also, look, the hot dog stand.
Also, I love this like little pizza thing. What is this? I was at Shine, just got home. Nice. How was Shine? Was it fun? I saw Bald Man a lot. Did you point and go, E-Sam? 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 The art for these books are so charming. It's so true. I love the art in this book. It's so fucking... It really inspired like my current art style whenever I draw stuff in like MS Paint. So fucking much. There's this book. These books really did like put a nice impact on my life. You know, just the goofy characters as well. Also, like again, like you get like nice little pictures alongside the book itself. Makes it a lot easier to read, and when instead of just reading words, where instead you get words, picture, words, picture. He pointed back and he said, "Security!" Alright, back to the book. Later, George and Harold paid a visit to the unfortunate folks who were spending the day writing sentences in the detention room. All the teachers were there, along with Mr. Krupp and Melvin Sneedley. Mr. Krupp looked out the window at the all-day recess celebration going on outside. "How are you boys going to pay for all that ice cream and pizza?" he asked. "Oh, we sold some stuff," said Harold. "What did you sell?" asked Mr. Krupp. "Your antique walnut desk and leather chair," said George. "And all the furniture in the teacher's lounge." "What?" screamed Mr. Krupp. I think we better leave now," said Harold. Here's the picture again. So I'll read what they're writing. Ms. Ribble is writing, "I will stop being such a crab. I will stop being such a crab. I will stop being such a crab." I can't remember the other teachers' names. Fuck. Hold on. Quickly. Going back. Miss Anthrope. Miss Anthrope said, she wrote down, "I will get a life, I will get a life." And then Mr. Meaner wrote, "I will chill out, I will chill out, I will chill out." Melvin is writing, "I will not be a tattletale, I will not be a tattletale, I will not be a tattletale." And then Mr. Krupp is writing, "I will be very, 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 very nice to George the Great and the amazing Harold. I will be very, very, very good." Which isn't even close to my name, but I'm glad he tried. That's based. Here we go. George and Harold left the detention room in a hurry. Miss Anthrope snapped her fingers at them. "Come back here right now!" she yelled. Uh-oh. Did Miss Anthrope just snap her fingers? BRB, okay. Within seconds, Mr. Krupp dashed out the detention room and ran down the hallway towards his office. He had a goofy, heroic, all too familiar looking smile on his face. "Oh no," cried Harold. "Here we go again," cried George. Tra-la-la. And that is Captain Underpants and the Attack of the Chroma Keyed Talking Toilets. Other cool books by Dov Pilkley. What the fuck? The Adventures of Captain Underpants, Dog Breath, The Halloweener, The Paperboy, Dogzilla, Cat Kong, The Dumb Business, Make Way for Dumb Business. The Dumb Bunnies, Make Way for Dumb Bunnies, The Dumb Bunnies Easter, The Dumb Bunnies Go to the Zoo. This was the night before Thanksgiving. Friend for Drag. Wait, a friend for Dragon? Puffy, you get it. Dragon's fat cat. That's what it's literally about. Fucking. That was about Puffy. The Dragon's Merry Christmas, A Moon Glow Rollorama, The Silly Gooses, When Cats Dream, World War I, God Bless the Gargoyles. You gotta read these ones. And then coming soon, Captain Underpants and the Invasion of the Incredible Naughty Cafeteria Ladies from Outer Space and the Equally Evil Lunchroom Zombie Nerds. I want those. I want these too. The fuck? I want to read all of those. Please, books. Alright, to the end of the pile it goes. And so, we begin the final book in our trilogy for today. I think it's my personal favorite out of these three. What I call the Captain Underpants looking really kind of weird and not how he normally does trilogy, where it's the first ones where he has closed mouth. And then everything else, he has like an open D mouth, if that makes sense. Like that. Putting these back in the back. And soon we'll have to read Captain Underpants and the Perilous Plot of Professor Poopy Pants. What? Right now, we have to get through our final book, and then we'll play some Cult of the Lamb, potentially. Oh yeah, no. I'll have time. Anyways, we're now on Captain Underpants and the invasion of the incredible naughty cafeteria ladies from outer space and the subsequent assault of the equally evil lunchroom zombie nerds. This is a big one. This is a big one for the first three. The third epic novel by Dovetail. For John Sparky Johnson. Who the fuck is John Johnson? Okay. Who has the audacity? What fucking actual asshole parent has the last name Johnson and then names their kid John? What the fuck is, like, what is that? Why would anyone do that? That is like the worst thing ever. Insane teacher. Or insane fucking parents. Lol. Wait, 25 more chapters. Hello, it's us again. Before you read this book, there's some things you should know. So Harold and I have created this informative pamphlet to fill you in on the details. Please don't let this comic fall into the wrong hands. Don't worry, it's only going to me and my Twitch chat. It's them talking about that. Let's read the comic. George Beard and Harold Hutchins present a Deny Everything Productions. Captain Underpants, Wedgie Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Principle. Long time ago in elementary school far, far away, there were two cool kids named George and Harold. We rule! Me too! They had an evil principal named Mr. Krupp, who was strong in the ways of the Force. Blah, blah, blah. He forced them to study. Blah, blah, blah. He forced them to clean. Blah, blah, blah. And he forced them to behave. Ha, 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 ha. I love the comics, like, style. Like, whenever it's just, like, George and Harold making comics. So George and Harold hypnotized him. You will obey our every command. Okay, snap. You are now Captain Underpants. Okay, ha 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 ha. It started off as a joke, but it wasn't fun for long. Ha 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 ha. Tra la la. Hey, come back. Mr. Krupp thought he was he really was the world's greatest superhero. He got into all kinds of trouble. George and Harold had to save him and the entire planet twice. Now Now, the only way to turn Captain Underpants back into Mr. Krupp is to pour water over his head. But the worst part is that George and Harold have to keep an eye on Mr. Krupp, because for some strange reason, whenever he hears somebody snap their fingers, he turns back into you-know-who. Tra-la-la. So whatever you do, please don't snap your fingers around Mr. Krupp. You heard the man. Please, please, please don't snap those fingers. This has been a public service announcement from George and Harold, who still deny everything. Those are my boys. So I love the fucking little drawings, like the cartoonish drawings of like the robots, Dr. Diaper, and then the Turbo Toilet 2000. Fucking awesome. Back to basics. Another day, another dollar, or in this case, another fucking set of shenanigans to happen. Let's read. Chapter 1, George and Harold. This is George Beard and Harold Hutchins. George is the kid on the left with the tie and the flat top. Harold is the one on the right with the t-shirt and the bad haircut. Remember this now, or remember that now.
Today's lunch. New tasty cheese and lentil pot pies.
Ooh. If you were looking for a few words to describe George and Harold, you might come up with kind, funny, smart, determined, and deep. Just ask their principal, Mr. Krupp. He'll tell you that George and Harold are kind of funny-looking, smart Alex who are determined to drive everyone off the deep end. But don't listen to him. George and Harold are actually very clever and good-hearted boys. The only problem is that they're fourth graders. And at George and Harold's school, fourth graders are expected to sit still and pay attention for 7 hours a day. They are rambunctious, very true. George and Harold are just not very good at that. They really aren't. I mean, I was the same way, but I mean, not to this extent where I'm like fucking changing shit. The only thing George and Harold are good at is being silly. Fortunately, George and Harold's silliness gets them into trouble every now and then and again. Sometimes it gets them into a lot of trouble. One time it got them into so much trouble, it almost caused the entire Earth to be destroyed by an army of giant, evil zombie nerds. But before I can tell you that story, I have to tell you this story. Also, they changed the menu to
nasty toilet PP sandwiches. It's kind of goated, if you ask me.
Chapter 2, The Evil Space Guys. One dark, clear night in Piqua, Ohio, a flaming object was seen streaking across the quiet midnight sky. It shone brightly for a second or two, then fizzled out just above Jerome Horowitz Elementary School. Nobody gave it a second thought. Let's welcome back, Moon. The next day, everything seemed pretty normal. Nobody noticed anything different about the school. Nobody paid any attention to the roof. And of course, nobody looked up and said, "Hey, what's that big spaceship thingy doing on the roof of the school?" Perhaps if they had the horrible ordeal that followed, perhaps if they had, the horrible ordeal that followed might have never happened. And you wouldn't be sitting here reading about it right now. But they didn't. It did. And well, here we are. As you can plainly see, there was a spaceship on top of the building. See, right here. And inside that spaceship were 3 of the most evil, hideous, and merciless spacemen that had ever set foot on the roof of a small Midwestern elementary school. Their names were Zorks, Clax, and Jennifer. Their mission? To take over planet Earth.
I love how the aliens are designed. They're so goofy looking. I also love the fuzzy dice right up here. Look at that shit. That's so awesome.
First,
Said Zorks.
we must find a way to infiltrate the school. Then,
Said Klax.
we will turn all the children into giant superpowered evil zombie nerds.
Finally,
Said Jennifer.
we will use them to take over the world.
Zorks and Klax laughed and laughed.
Silence, you fools!
Barked Jennifer.
If our plan is to work, we must wait until it is narratively convenient. Narratively convenient. In the meantime, we will watch their every move on our trinocalypse
Or whatever. I don't know what the fuck. Chapter 3. Fun with Science. Early that same morning, George and Harold were sitting in their 10:15 a.m. science class, making silly noises. Meow. George mewed softly, without moving his lips. Growled Harold without opening his mouth.
There it is again.
Exclaimed their science teacher, Mr. Fide.
I distinctly heard a cat and dog in here.
We didn't hear anything, the children said, trying not to laugh.
See, look at them. They're being rambunctious once again. Fucking troublemakers.
I must be hearing things again.
Mr. Fire worried.
Maybe
you should leave and go see a doctor, said George with concern.
I can't.
Said Mr. Fide.
Today is the day of the big volcano experiment.
The children all groaned. Mr. Fide's science experiments were usually the most idiotic things on Earth. They almost never were, and were always boring. But today's experiment was different. Excuse me. Today's experiment was different. Mr. Fide brought in a large, fake-looking volcano that he had made out of paper mache. He filled the volcano with a box of ordinary baking soda.
Boot.
Das Boot!
Baking soda is also called sodium bicarbonate.
Explained Mr. Fide.
Meow.
Said Mr. Fide.
Did any of you children just hear, never mind.
Mr. Fide opened a bottle of clear liquid.
Now watch what happens when you pour vinegar into the baking soda,
He said. What's this say? Vinegar's vinegar. Look at this. Anyways, here's what happened. Here's the two pictures. The children watched as the tiny volcano started to rumble. Soon, a large glob of foamy goop spurted out the top. The goop poured over the desk and dripped onto the floor, creating a huge mess.
Oops,
Said Mr. Fide.
I guess I used too much baking soda.
I love that Vinny's gur. Yeah, exactly. It's so funny where it's just like, yeah. Dude, it's a Vinny's gur. Vinegar. George and Harold were stunned. How did you do that? Asked Harold.
Well,
Said Mr. Fide.
the vinegar acts as a liberating agent, which releases the gaseous carbonate radical element of the sodium bicarbonate.
Meow.
Mr. Fide paused.
Excuse me, children. I've got to go see a doctor.
He's going to go see a doctor. He's hearing things. He's a crazy man. This guy's crazy.
Mr. Fide put on his coat, hurried out the door. George and Harold got up and studied the messy volcano experiment. with great interest. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Asked George. I think I'm thinking what you're thinking. Chapter 4, the setup. After school, the boys raced to George's home and got down to business. George and Harold sat down and began creating a bogus cupcake recipe. We'll just add a box of baking soda and a bottle of vinegar to the recipe, said George. And whoever makes these cupcakes will get a big surprise. Let's add 2 boxes of baking soda and 2 bottles of vinegar to the recipe, said Harold. That way, it'll get an even bigger surprise. Good idea, laughed George. The next morning at the school, George and Harold strolled into the cafeteria and taped a festive-looking card on the kitchen door. Chapter 5. Mr. Krupp's Crispy Cup Cupcakes. Here you go. Soon, the lunch ladies arrived.
Oh, look!
Said Miss Creant, the head lunch lady.
Today's Mr. Krupp's birthday.
No, that's just fucking Mr. Fides voice. I'm trying to think of another funny voice to do. Oh, I know.
Jimmy's mom, today is Mr. Krupp's birthday, and he'd like us to make a batch of cupcakes just for him. Isn't that cute?
I got an idea.
Said the cook, Mrs. DePoint. Mrs. DePoint?
Why don't we surprise him and make cupcakes for the whole school?
Good thinking.
Said Miss Creant.
Let's see now. This recipe serves 10, and we have about 1,000 students and faculty in the school. So we'll need 100 eggs, 150 cups of flour, 200 boxes of baking soda, 7 quarts of green food coloring, 50 sticks of butter, and 150 cups of sugar. And let's see. Oh yes, 200 bottles of vinegar.
Yo, what's up, Wasabi guy? I hope you're doing well. And there it is. There's Mr. Krupp's Crispy Cupcakes. The lunch ladies scurried about, gathering everything they needed. They dumped the eggs, food coloring, milk, and baking soda into a large vat and began to mix thoroughly. Then somebody poured in the vinegar. Chapter 6. What happened next? Note, please shake the book back and forth uncomfortably when you read the following word. Also, shout it out as loud as you can. Don't worry, you won't get in trouble. Oh, okay, good. Kaboosh! They said I wouldn't get in trouble. Twitch, you better. Hey, the book gave me a free pass on this one, okay? I hope that peaked the fucking mic. Chapter 6. Oh, okay, here's a better look of what it was. Dude, look at their soy faces. They're like, oh, what the fuck? Omega lol. A giant wave of green goop crashed through the cafeteria doors and splashed down the halls, swallowing everything in the path. Book bags, bulletin boards, lunch boxes, coat racks, trophy cases. Nothing could stand in the way of the gigantic green glob of goo. It traveled down the north, east, and west wings of the school, covering everything from the drinking fountains to the text on this page. It squished into the lockers, squashed down the stairs. It billowed and bellowed. It actually starts cutting off some of the stuff. Which is actually kind of goofy. It wasn't long before the green goop began spilling into the classrooms. Uh-oh. said George. Something tells me the lunch ladies made more than just one batch of Mr. Krupp's crispy Krupp cakes. But that was their idea, not ours, cried Harold. Speaking of ideas, I've got one. What? Asked Harold. Run! Cried George. Chapter 7.
The wrath of the cafeteria ladies.
The next afternoon, as the cleaning crews sorted through the sticky green hallways and the sticky green classrooms, the cafeteria ladies had a meeting with Mr. Krupp in his sticky green office.
But it wasn't even my birthday!
Cried Mr. Krupp.
We know.
Wait. Miscreant was, Carl Weiser.
We know you had nothing to do with this,
Said Miscreant.
we think it was those two awful boys, George and Harold.
Well, duh!
Said Mr. Krupp, rolling his eyes.
Of course it was George and Harold! But do you have any proof?
And then he's meddling. He's crying. He's screaming and yelling at them all. Also, Wasabi Guy, I hope you're having a good day.
Proof?
Said the lunch ladies.
Why, George and Harold are always playing tricks on us. Every day they change the letters around on the lunch sign. They put pepper in the
Okay, well, it's supposed to be all of the lunch ladies there. But I'm just gonna read it like, with the Carl Weiser voice.
Proof?
Said the lunch ladies.
Why, George and Harold are always playing tricks on us. Every day they change the letters around the lunch sign. They put pepper in the napkin dispenser and unscrew the caps of the salt shakers. They start food fights that go sliding in our lunch trays. They make everybody laugh so milk squirts out their noses. And they're constantly creating these awful comic books about us.
Chapter 8. Captain Underpants and the Night of the Living Lunch Ladies.
Let's read on.
Captain Underpants and the Night of the Living Lunch Ladies. A story by George Beard and Harold Hutchins. Okay, now we're putting on superhero narrator voice.
Late one Friday afternoon, the lunch ladies were cleaning up the cafeteria. There's lots of half-eaten food in this trash barrel.
We'll pour it in and we'll serve it again next week.
Waste not. Nice. Waste not. Want not.
But while they were working, the janitor accidentally locked the school for the weekend. The lunch ladies were trapped inside. Help!
It's great now, thanks. Oh, thank you, Wasabi. I'm glad that you're enjoying the reading.
They were forced to eat their own food to survive.
Pass the lips and over
the gums.
Look out, Tommy. Here it comes.
I don't know, I didn't give a voice to the last lunch lady, and the last one talked, so I'm just gonna go with British.
When the janitor returned on Monday morning, the lunch ladies were dead.
That's it, that's the end of the comic. No, it's not.
Victims of their own cooking. The janitor took the dead lunch ladies up the hill to bury them.
Mamma mia, this looks like a good place.
Bury dead stuff here.
See, it says right there.
Very dead stuff here.
But it wasn't.
Warning, this hill is haunted. Whatever you do, don't bury dead stuff here.
They came back alive. Oh no!
Here's all the drawings. Sorry, I saw the fucking bottom thing. Okay, but anyway. Dead. So true, Hyrule.
Help! Help! The lunch ladies arose from the dead. They're hungry for brains, and they just attacked the gym teacher.
But I thought you said they were hungry for brains.
This looks like a job for Captain Underpants. What seems to be the problem? Living dead lunch ladies!
Don't worry, I'll give them wedgies. Oh no! Wedgie power doesn't work on the living dead.
Who would have known? I thought wedgies would have worked on the living dead, but I guess they don't. That's my bad.
I thought they would have.
My bad.
Hey, Dad, can you read me the Bible afterwards? No, the Bible's cringe. We only read good literature in this fucking, in this household. By that, I mean Captain Underpants.
They got into a big fight. Captain Underpants was faster than a speeding waistband, more powerful than boxer shorts, and able to leap tall buildings without getting a wedgie. Tra-la-la. But the lunch ladies were strong too. They ran faster than their runny meatloaf gravy. They were more powerful than the stench of their sloppy Joe casserole. And they could leap tall buildings with the gassy after effects of their Texas-style 3-bean chili con carne.
Look at them. Look at them. They're just brapping. Brrr. That's fucking awesome. I want that superpower.
I want to be able to brap into the air and fly around and shit. Okay. Oh, okay, my mistake. I good book that you would recommend us sharp, but it's extremely long. Okay, understandable, class. What were we doing? Oh, yes.
Soon, they were all atop of a tall building.
We've got you now, waistband warrior.
Not so fast.
Captain Underpants pressed a button on his utility waistband.
Click, click, and out popped a roll of toilet paper.
Even the living dead can't escape the toilet paper of justice. Captain Underpants lassoed the lecherous lunch ladies, but they had a trick up their sleeve. Lunch lady branded Salisbury steak sauce. They poured the steak sauce on the toilet paper of justice. Or on the toilet paper of justice.
We're free! Get them, girls!
Uh-oh. They went off a building.
Went off a building. You see that? Went off that building.
Captain Underpants tossed the toilet paper of justice. Up it went, and he swung to safety. The lunch ladies weren't so lucky. Clunk, splat, whoosh. Tra-la-la. Hooray for Captain Underpants!
Here's all of the books, or all the pictures on this. Chapter 9, Quitting Time.
We're fed up with those boys, with those 2 boys,
Cried Miscreant.
they're always making fun of our cooking.
Yeah,
Said Miss DePoint.
our food isn't that bad. I ate here once and hardly got sick at all.
Well, I can't punish them if we don't have any proof, said Mr. Krupp. I'm going to voice this as the third lunch lady, even though it says all the lunch ladies.
Fine,
Said the lunch ladies.
then we quit.
Oh wait, no, it was British. Fine, then we quit, governor.
Lunch ladies,
Cried Mr. Krupp. Oh wait, hold on. Here's this. The fucking fisticuffs are like, yo, we are pissed the fuck off. Lunch ladies, cried Mr. Krupp. Be reasonable. You can't just quit on such short notice. But the lunch ladies didn't care. They marched right out of Mr. Krupp's sticky green office. That was the end of that. Rats! cried Mr. Krupp. Now where am I gonna find 3 new lunch ladies by tomorrow morning? Suddenly, there was a knock on Mr. Krupp's door. 3 very large women wearing lots of makeup walked into the office.
Hello,
Said the first woman.
my name is, Zorkset. And these are my sisters, Clarkset and, Jennifer-et. We've come to apply for jobs as cafeteria ladies.
Damn, dude, they're slaying it. They're killing it. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty good. Wow, said Mr. Krupp. Do you have any experience?
No.
Said Clackset. Hi, Lucas. Do you have any references? Asked Mr. Krupp.
No.
said Jenniferette.
You're hired,
Said Mr. Krupp.
Wonderful,
Said Jenniferette.
Our plan to take over the world is. Our plan to feed the children healthy and nutritious meals is underway.
The three new lunch ladies laughed horribly. Then they left Mr. Krupp's office and got started preparing the next day's lunch menu. They look cute. They look cute, Chad. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts? Do you think Clax, Zorks, and Jennifer kind of like pull it off? I think they pull it off pretty well.
Well, that was easy, said Mr. Krupp. Now to take care of George and Harold.
Chapter 10.
Busted.
Wah, wah, wah.
George and Harold were in the study hall when they heard the dreaded announcement over the intercom.
George Beard and Harold Hutchins, please report to the Mr. Krupp's office immediately.
Oh no, cried Harold. We're busted! No way, said George. Remember what happened yesterday was not our fault. We didn't do it. It was an accident. This is a long-ass book. I mean, it is, but that's why we love it. I mean, we're on the third book. We're on the third book, so we it wasn't just like a one read and like, you know, go in and go out. We've been reading a couple of these books. But Mr. Krupp was not as understanding.
I can't prove it, but I know you boys are responsible for yesterday's disaster.
Mr. Krupp said.
I'm going to punish you by taking away your cafeteria privileges for the rest of the year. No more cafeteria food for you too.
No more cafeteria food, whispered Harold. I thought he said he was going to punish us. Yeah, George smiled. Maybe if we're really bad, he'll take away our homework privileges too. Wait, you're still on the first book or on another one now? I'm on the third book. We've read the first one, which is just The Adventures of Captain Underpants. We read the second one, which is The Adventures of Captain Underpants and the Attack of the Talking Toilets. And now we are on Captain Underpants 3, The Invasion of the Incredibly Naughty Cafeteria Ladies from Outer Space and the Subsequent Assault on the Equally Evil Lunchroom Zombie Nerds. We're not reading all of them in one day. You're wildin', bruh. I don't think it's wildin'. I'm enjoying just reading it out, and I think it's got people staying, so I'm just like, you know, why not keep on reading? But I will be finishing after this book. We'll be playing a game afterwards. I think I'm now really gonna have like Saturdays be like a book reading day / you know, playing games and shit.
I heard that, screamed Mr. Krupp. From now on, you boys are going to have to pack your own lunches and eat in my office so I can keep an eye on you.
Rats, said Harold. But we didn't do it, George protested. We didn't do it.
Too bad, bub,
said Mr. Krupp. Do you like the books? I fucking love these books. That would suck. I mean, making lunches isn't that bad. My favorite book out of all of them is actually the next one that we'll be reading, which is Captain Underpants in the Perilous Plot of Professor Poopy Pants. Greatest villain. Doth knew he was the greatest villain because it comes back like 10 billion fucking times. Eating lunch with your principal. Yeah, that's true. That part does suck. Boy, said George, this is probably the first time we've gotten into trouble for something we didn't do. Unless you count all those times we didn't do our homework, said Harold. Oh yeah, laughed George. Chapter 11, Brown Bagging It. The next day, George and Harold each brought their own sandwiches to Mr. Krupp's office for lunch. I'll trade you half my peanut butter and gummy worm sandwich, said George, for half of my tuna salad with chocolate chips and miniature marshmallow sandwich. Sure, said Harold. You want some barbecue sauce on that?
You kids are disgusting,
Mr. Krupp shouted. Such a great time. I only actually got detention like once. They are innocent! Free my boys, George and Harold. That's what I'm saying, man. This is kind of fucked up. This is like the one time they didn't do something, and they're getting shit for it. Oh well. Soon, George and Harold were munching on potato chips with whipped cream and chocolate sprinkles. Mr. Krupp was turning green. "What's for dessert?" asked Harold. "Hard-boiled eggs dipped in hot fudge and Skittles," said George.
Ugh!
Screamed Mr. Krupp.
I can't stand it anymore.
He got up and stumbled out the door to get some fresh air. "You know," said George, "now that Mr. Krupp is gone, we could run to the cafeteria and change the letters around on the lunch sign." "Cool," said Harold. "This reminds me of how the administration treated me at my elementary/middle school. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I only got detention once when I was in elementary school, and it was because I wasn't doing my homework. So me and my 5th grade teacher had like a long discussion about, you know, do your homework. I'm gonna talk to your mom about this and shit like that. It was literally the first time, and I was like, oh shit, okay. And she's like, you know, it was still like, it wasn't even like real detention. It was just more so just like, you know, smarten the fuck up, kid. Which I understand, I get that. But in the end, I didn't really smarten up, because here I am now. I got in trouble a lot in elementary school because of ADD, yeah. Normally when I was a kid, I would just like, kind of like squirm around just in my chair, like not saying shit out loud, just squirming stuff at the back of the class. Like in 4th grade, that's when I watched Dragon Ball Z Kai for the first time. And it was like a brand new thing for me. And I think we were at the Frieza arc when I was in the back of the classroom just mimicking like Frieza transformations. Because, you know, that's just kind of what I did as a stupid fucking kid. Like going like, and like thinking like the back of my head is like growing out like Frieza's 3rd transformation that only shows up for like an episode, which kind of sucks because that's like my favorite looking transformation. So they blame me for constantly causing distractions and stuff. Oh, that's fucked up. It's so funny because like shit never really happened to me. Oh, with the exception of like my fucking 4th grade teacher also was just like, you have horrible fucking handwriting in cursive or whatever. I'm like, dude, cursive is fucking shit, dude. I don't know what you want from me. Worst. Apparently they don't even teach cursive anymore to kids. It's now just like, here, if you got like a checkbook, just like scribble on it. That's not how I learned it back in my day. Oh god, so bad. Anyways, so George and Harold sneaked to the cafeteria, but when they read the lunch sign, they were confused. "What's going on here?" said George. "It looks like somebody's already changed the sign," said Harold. "Forget the sign, look at everybody, they've changed." Today's lunch, by the way, is freeze-dried worm guts, Boston baked boogers, and zombie nerd milkshakes. Oh, here it is, by the way. Yeah, if we didn't write in cursive in the 3rd grade, we'd fail the whole year. What the fuck? That's insane. Dude, I just got lazy near the end of the year and just started writing everything in just like my regular handwriting, which is very messy. So that's how I am. Shows and books and stuff glorified kids who got in trouble and fucked with authority and stuff. But in reality, getting in trouble sucked ass, because all my teachers were really mean to me when I got into trouble and called me stupid and stuff. What the fuck? You should have not listened to them, continued your pranks, and go fucking ham wild on them. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, continuing. It was true. All the kids and teachers in the school were entering the cafeteria looking normal as ever, but they were leaving the cafeteria looking quite different. "Look!" cried George. "They're all wearing broken eyeglasses held together by masking tape. And they all got vinyl pocket protectors. They've all turned into nerds." Harold gasped. "Look at their skin," said George. "They're all gray and clammy. That could only mean one thing. They're They're zombie nerds? Asked Harold. I'm afraid so, said George. I just hope they're friendly, said Harold. Whoever heard of a friendly zombie nerd? Asked George. See, they're entering in one way and exiting out the other one. Anything but nerds. That books like exist, and then teachers are surprised when kids start acting up and pulling pranks in school. Yeah, exactly. Like I did this, like reading Diary of a Wimpy Kid and Captain Underpants radicalized me into being a shitter. Not sure what they were expecting, Scholastic, when it came to releasing these books. Except for being based. Again, I'd rather read this than stupid ass fucking Harry Potter. All my homies hate Harry Potter. Can I get an amen? Actually, funny enough, I'm using like a Harry Potter book as like a stand to like hold up my TV, because that's what Harry Potter books are kind of good for nowadays. Coffee table holders or whatever. I didn't realize the first Captain Underpants came out in 1997. Holy fuck, that's like super old. I'm not curious, when did this one come out? This one's 1999. It seems to be later in the year. Captain Underpants is older than me. Captain Underpants is also older than me. Amen, Sammy Lawrence. Okay. I thought they started coming out. No, I knew there was like sometime in the 90s, because that's kind of when shit just spaced. I'm afraid, Harold whined. There's no time to be afraid, said George. We've got to get to the bottom of this. That's what I'm afraid of, said Harold. Chapter 12, the bottom of this. Oh, hey Ernie. My immortal is the only true canon Harry Potter fiction. Also, I've been lurking for a while. Hi. Hi. How are you doing, Ernie? I hope you're doing well. Back to reading. Chapter 12, the bottom of this. George and Harold crawled into the cafeteria, snuck through the kitchen doors. They hid behind a table while the incredibly naughty cafeteria ladies from outer space discussed their plans to take over the world. Again, I think these ladies pull it off. I think they are fabulous.
Look at these puny earthlings, laughed Zorks. They're all drinking the evil zombie nerd milkshakes and transforming before our very eyes. It won't be long now, said Clax. Tomorrow we'll fill them super evil rapid growth juice. Then they'll grow into the size of Zexful trees.
Exactly, sneered Jennifer. Then we'll unleash the giant evil zombie nerds upon the Earth, and soon the planet will be ours.
The three evil space guys threw back their heads. I thought they were gonna throw it back. Oh well. Threw back their heads and laughed hysterically. That's them KEKWing. We've got to tell Mr. Krupp about this, Harold whispered. Right, whispered George. First, we've got to get rid of that super evil rapid growth juice. George carefully reached up and swiped the carton of it. What should we do with it? Asked Harold. Let's pour it out the window, said George. That way it won't do any damage. Good idea, said Harold. While the naughty cafeteria ladies continued laughing, George quietly emptied the carton of super evil rapid growth juice outside the window. Harold whispered, whispered Harold, Mr. Krupp is never going to believe that sinister cafeteria ladies from outer space have turned everybody into evil zombie nerds. Sure, he'll believe us. He's got to believe us, said George. I hope he believes us. Chapter 13. He doesn't believe them. Would have seen that one coming. I thought they were going to believe him. The book clearly states that he would believe them, but I guess they didn't. That's the most ridiculous story I've ever heard, laughed Mr. Krupp. But it's true, cried Harold. Yeah, said George. Everybody in the entire school is an evil zombie nerd. The kids, the teachers, everybody. All right, said Mr. Krupp. I'll prove it to you. He pressed the button on his intercom and called for his secretary. Soon, Miss Anthrope entered the room. She was dressed in a She was dressed in a pink polka dot polyester dress with orthopedic knee-high stockings and ugly brown arch support loafers. See? said Harold. She's dressed like a nerd. She always dresses like that, snapped Mr. Krupp. But she's gray and clammy and reeks of freaking zombified death, cried George. She always smells like that, Mr. Krupp argued. And she's always gray and clammy too. George and Harold had to admit that school secretaries were not good subjects to compare and contrast with evil zombie nerds. But then Miss Anthrope leaned over and took a huge bite out of Mr. Krupp's desk. Must destroy Earth, she moaned as she took another bite. Even Mr. Krupp had to agree that Miss Anthrope was acting a bit more evil than usual. Munch. So George and Harold took Mr. Krupp down to the cafeteria to confront the evil lunch leaders. Suddenly, out of the shadows stepped the evil Zorks. Gotcha! Zorks cried as he grabbed onto Harold's shoulders. Ah! Screamed Harold. He squirmed away, pulling Zork's gloves off, revealing two slimy green tentacles. See, Mr. Krupp? Said George. We told you they were space guys.
You fools!
Screamed Zorks.
Now we'll destroy you.
The evil Zorks pointed his tentacle at George, Harold, and Mr. Krupp, and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Mr. Krupp began to change.
How the fuck did he snap? You don't got two of those. He can't snap like that.
A heroic grin spread across Mr. Krupp's face. He threw out his chest and placed his fist firmly on his side, looking quite triumphant. Uh-oh, that evil space guy just snapped his fingers. Now Mr. Krupp is turning into you-know-who. Hey, wait a second, said Harold. Tentacles don't have fingers. You can't snap a tentacle. There's no time to argue with the physical improbabilities of the story, said George. We've got to stop Mr. Krupp from changing into Captain Underpants before it's too late. Chapter 14. It's too late.
Use this.
Oh, it's no use. Okay, Mr. Krupp turned and dashed out the door. His clothes flew out behind him as the hallways echoed in with jubilant proclamations about the superiority of underwear. George and Harold dashed after him, but the door was quickly blocked by Zorks, Clax, and Jennifer.
You wanna get out of this kitchen?
The evil Jennifer mocked.
You gotta get through us.
George grabbed a rolling pin. Harold grabbed a cast iron frying pan. I'm sure we don't have to resort to incredibly graphic violence, said Harold. Me too, said George. Oh, I almost forgot to show off these pages. Chapter 15. The Incredible Graphic Violence Chapter, Part 1. Warning. This is your warning, guys. The following chapter contains terribly inappropriate scenes that certainly do not belong in a children's book. If you are offended by such senselessness, please put this book down immediately, raise your arms over your head, and run screaming to your nearest shoe store. When you get there, ask them to make you a cheeseburger. No, this probably won't help you. This probably won't help you a bit, but we think it'd be really funny. Flipporama! What the fuck? Lately, there has been many groundbreaking advancements in the field of animation. There's claymation, dynamation, Japanese anime, and even computer animation. Dude, they talk about anime. What anime do you think George and Harold would watch? Karikano. Obviously, they watch the greatest shit. Just kidding. If you ask us, there's nothing that beats the economy-sized thrills of cheesy animation technology, also known as Flip-O-Rama! Let's go, guys. Let's go. Fucking make sure you put in your own sound effects.
Bam, 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 bam. Squish, 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 squish.
Harold bonks a bad guy. Hold on. Oh fuck, hold on. I have to make my own sound effects. It asked me to. Dude is crazy. Dude's going nuts! George and Harold save the day for now.
Bang, 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 bang.
Ooh, excuse me. Look at George. Scoted. Chapter 16. The Assault of the Equally Evil Lunchroom Zombie Nerds. George and Harold had barely caught their breath when Captain Underpants finally showed up. Tra-la-la! Not the double whammy. No, I know, right? Going bam, 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 bam. I'm here to fight for truth, justice, and all that is pre-shrunken cottony. Where were you back in Chapter 15 when we needed you? Asked George. I was at a shoe store ordering a cheeseburger, said Captain Underpants. While our three heroes were talking, nobody noticed that Zork's Clax and Jennifer slithered away. The wounded space guys approached the lunchroom loudspeakers and called the evil zombie nerds.
Zombie nerds.
Instructed Jennifer.
Destroy Captain Underpants and his little friends too.
Soon, every evil zombie nerd in the entire school put down their Omni magazines and headed for the cafeteria.
Must destroy Underpants.
They groaned.
Must destroy Underpants.
Suddenly, our three heroes were surrounded by evil, vicious zombie nerds. Closer and closer they came. Oh no, cried George. What do we do now? To the underwear cave, shouted Captain Underpants. There is no underwear cave, said Harold. Really? Said Captain Underpants. Well, let's just climb up this ladder instead. Oh, wait. Where's that? George, Harold, and Captain Underpants scurried up the ladder, and soon they were all on the roof. Yep, we're safe now, said Harold. Yep, said George. That's for sure, said Captain Underpants. Chapter 17. Oh yeah? It didn't take long before George, Harold, and Captain Underpants looked behind them. Hey, said Harold. What's that big spaceship thingy doing on the roof of the school? This is actually my favorite designed character, or one of them. And throughout all this stuff. You like my glasses? Thank you so much. They're just for cosmetic. They're my blue light filter glasses, but I thought I'd put them on for this this bit. I was originally having like I had this like nice collared sweatshirt on over it as well, over this as well, to give the peak like I'm like your supervisor and I'm like reading you this book, but it kind of got itchy and warm. They look snazzy. Thank you. But yeah, this guy right here, I fucking love him. Wait, this one. This guy's awesome. And where did that super evil, rapidly growing dandelion come from? Asked Captain Underpants. George and Harold gasped. They looked at each other, and with the sudden panicked realization that only children who have accidentally created a giant mutated garden nuisance would know. Stammered George. We have no idea how that happened. Yeah, said Harold. Absolutely no idea at all. At that moment, the door to the roof swung open. Zorks poked his evil head out and shouted, "We've got you now!" No place else to run. Our three heroes quickly scurried up the ladder of the big spaceship thingy and closed the door behind them.
Look at him! He's so cool! Look at him! He's like fucking like super teethy and shit. He got big old fucking bulging eyes and those. Oh my god, I love this character so much.
I don't even know if the dandelion has a name. He's just cool. Inside the spaceship, George, Harold, and Captain Underpants discovered a refrigerator filled with strange juices. Look, said George, here's a carton of anti-evil zombie nerd juice. How convenient. And look, said Harold, a carton of ultra nasty self-destruct juice. Now this could come in handy. And look what I found, said Captain Underpants. A whole carton of extra strength super power juice. Hey, give me that, said George, snapping the carton from Captain Underpants' hands. Chapter 18, Space Slaves. Suddenly, the spaceship swung open, and the three evil space guys slithered inside.
Step away from the refrigerator,
Screamed Jennifer.
and get into the jail cell.
George and Harold hid their juice behind their backs. Our three heroes stepped quickly into the jail cell. Also, chat, I'm feeling a little unwell. So, actually, after I finish reading this book, I may actually end the stream. Stomach's feeling not the greatest at the moment. I know what caused it, and it's not like an actual sickness thing. Yesterday I drank a fuck ton, so I'm feeling the after effects today, and it just feel like absolute shit. But I'm still glad I was able to get up and read these books for you guys. Anyways, but I hope you feel better soon, Koopy. I will. I just need to rest. Anyways, here's that. I don't know if I showed you guys this. Becoming a little delirious. Zork started up the engine, and the spaceship lifted off and rose a few hundred feet into the air and hovered over the school.
You three puny earthlings are very fortunate,
Said Jennifer.
You will get to witness the destruction of your planet from the safety of our jail cell. Afterwards, you will have the honor of being our obedient space slaves.
Oh man, said George and Harold.
Hey, Lex,
Said Jennifer.
get me a carton of super evil rapid glowing juice from the refrigerator so we can pour it into our spray gun and shower it upon our evil zombie nerds.
This was a great way to kick back and listen to after some sweaty Splatoon games, XP. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that this has been nice. Actually, yeah, let me know how you guys liked tonight's stream while I'm finishing up this final book. I'm very curious to see what you guys have to say. The first time I've streamed myself reading something. Did I do a good job? Did I fuck up? But it was still kind of funny, so it was worth it in the end? Let me know. Anyways, chapter 19, The Big Switcheroo. Klax returned with a carton of super evil rapid growth juice and placed it on the control panel.
Soon,
Said Jennifer.
Earth will be ours.
The three aliens threw back their heads. Almost. And laughed and laughed. Suddenly, George got an idea. He whispered to Harold for a second or two, Then he quietly reached through the bars of the jail cell and swept the Klax's carton of super evil rapid growth juice. George carefully peeled the label of this carton and stuck it over the label of his ultra nasty self-destruct juice. While he was busy doing that, Harold reached through the bars and switched the labels of spray gun to fuel tank. They're just doing this all fucking quickly. Good on them. Good for thinking on their feet like that. God damn. Got it with the sauce. Finally, George reached back through the bars and put the carton of ultra nasty self-destruct juice, which now read super evil rapid growth juice, on the control panel. I don't get it, whispered Captain Underpants. The fuel tank now says spray gun, and the spray gun now says fuel tank. The rapid growth juice has been replaced with the self-destruct juice. What does it all mean? You'll find out, said Harold. And then the three evil space guys had finished laughing triumphantly. Jennifer reached out for the carton of super evil rapid growth juice and poured it into the spray gun. Oh, I get it, said Captain Underpants. That space guy didn't pour growth juice into the spray gun. He poured self-destruct juice into the fuel tank. Yep, George said sadly. That means the spaceship thingy is going to explode into 1,000,000 pieces, right? Into 1,000,000 pieces. Right, said Harold gloomily. The spaceship began to... oh, wait. Here's that. The spaceship began to sputter and shake as smoke billowed out of the control panels. Soon sparks were flying, and ceiling tiles were falling apart. Captain Underpants smiled proudly, because he had figured out George's plan. But his smile didn't last long. Hey, he cried. We're in the spaceship thingy. What's going to happen to us? We had to sacrifice ourselves to save the world, said George. I'm afraid we're not going to make it. Of course we'll make it, cried Captain Underpants. We've got wedgie power on our side. Chapter 20, The Great Escape. Captain Underpants grabbed a roll of toilet paper from the jail cell laboratory. We can swing to safety on this, he said. You can't swing on toilet paper, said Harold. Sure I can, said Captain Underpants. I just did it in my last comic book. Oh god, he's so goofy. I love him. Captain Underpants opened the jail cell window and tossed the toilet paper into a tall tree below them. Come on, fellas, he said. Let's swing out of here before the spaceship explodes. The toilet paper won't hold you, said George. You're not strong enough. Sure I am, said Captain Underpants. Sure it is, said Captain Underpants, It's 2-ply. George and Harold grabbed Captain Underpants' cape. Don't jump, they cried, but Captain Underpants wouldn't listen. He jumped out the window, and George and Harold were still clinging to his cape. Ah! They screamed as they fell to the ground and were killed instantly. Splat! Well, that's it. That's the end of the series. We did it. Just kidding. Of course the toilet paper couldn't support the weight of our three heroes. For a moment, it looked like they were doomed. But suddenly, Captain Underpants' red polyester cape opened up like a parachute. George, Harold, and the waistband warrior floated down to safety of the spaceship as the spaceship above them exploded. Kaboom! Hallelujah! Cried Harold. We're not gonna die! We're not gonna die! Or, said George, maybe we are. Chapter 21. The deliriously dangerous, death-defying dandelion of doom. George, Harold, and Captain Underpants floated downward directly into the waiting jaw of the dandelion of doom. That's his name. Oh man, cried Harold. We'd have gotten killed in a cool exploding spaceship, but instead we're gonna get eaten by a dandelion. How humiliating. Yeah, George moaned. People are gonna be giggling at our funerals. Dandelion munched Captain Underpants and swung George and Harold like a couple of rag dolls. The two boys flew off and landed on the rooftop of the school. "Help me!" screamed Captain Underpants as the Dandelion of Doom was swinging him back and forth. "What should we do?" cried Harold. "I've got an idea," said George. "It's a bad idea, and I know we're going to regret it, but we've got to act fast. The fate of the entire planet is in our hands." Now this next page is going to be the biggest fucking plot point in all these books. One of the biggest, actually. This is pretty big. Ready? The next time the giant evil dandelion lurched towards the boys, George poured some extra strength super power juice into Captain Underpants' mouth. "What do you think is going to happen now?" asked Harold. "I don't know," said George, "but I got a feeling it's going to involve incredibly graphic violence." The Incredibly Graphic Violence chapter, part 2. The following chapter contains a very unpleasant nature. All nastinesses were performed by a qualified stuntman and licensed stunt plan. Do not attempt to battle giant evil dandelions at home, even if you have recently consumed extra strength superpower juice. Such behavior could result in serious boo-boos. From the National Board of Boo-Boo Prevention. Very good. And there he is. He actually has superpowers now. He's breaking free. Yeah. Yeah, the graphic violence. Wedgie weed whacker. Oh, fucking come on. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, bam, 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 bam.
Dude, he's going in on those kicks, dude. Holy fuck.
Hooray for Captain Underpants! And there we go. Captain Underpants now has superpowers. Chapter 23, the 23rd chapter. Captain Underpants, with the help of his newly developed superpowers, had defeated the delirious, dangerous, death-defying Dandelion of Doom. Now the only thing left to do is to stop the evil zombie nerds. "Oh, how are we going to conquer the evil zombie nerds?" asked George. "How will we ever change them back to normal?" The graphics on this book be insane. So true, Chonker, so true. How are you doing, by the way? Welcome on in. I hope you're enjoying your Saturday so far. "Well, we could try this anti-evil zombie nerd juice," said Harold. George rolled his eyes. "I was hoping for something a little more dramatic," he said. "But we're running out of pages, so let's do it." Dead. Just actual fucking dead. So Harold mixed up a batch of anti-evil zombie nerd root beer and ordered everyone in the school to drink some. The evil zombie nerds lined up. "Must drink root beer," they moaned. "Must drink root beer." "I've been lurking and drawing." "Aw. What you been drawing?" "So thank you for lurking." When the last zombie nerd had swallowed his last sip of root beer, George ordered Captain Underpants to dress back up like Mr. Krupp. "Gonna lose my superpowers if I put clothing on," said Captain Underpants. "The power of underwear must be just put on your clothes, bub," George instructed. Captain Underpants did as he was told. George poured water over the hero's head. Now, all we can do is wait. Oh shit, wait, hold on. I forgot to show off. Oh, that? Oh, wait, hold on. Where's this? the fuck? Dude, I'm driving that car. You know, in the canon, I am driving that car. I hope you understand. He wants to order. What the fuck? Why is he so thick? Now all we can do is wait, said Harold. Wait and hope that everybody returns to normal. Chapter 24. To make a long story short, they did. Chapter 25. Back to normal, question mark? Hooray, said Harold. It's great to have everybody back to normal. Yep, said George, that's for sure. But back to normal probably wasn't the best choice of words. For while the students and faculty were the same as they'd always been, something had definitely changed about Mr. Krupp. He's yelling at them. And finally, because from that day on, whenever he heard the sounds of fingers snapping, snap, Mr. Krupp not only turned back into you-know-who, but he also had extra super strength, superpowers. And if you thought it was hard for George and Harold to keep up with him before, well... Snap, 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 snap. You ain't seen nothing yet. Oh no, screamed Harold. Here we go again, screamed George. Tra-la-la. And that is Captain Underpants and the invasion of the incredibly naughty cafeteria ladies from outer space and the subsequent assault on the equally evil lunch room zombie nerds. Coming soon, next week on Saturday, we'll be reading Captain Underpants and the Perilous Plot of Professor Poopy Pants. I'm just making it a thing now. We're making this a thing. Professor Pithy P. Poopy Pants may be the greatest scientific genius in the world has ever known. Fortunately, he had such a silly name that nobody takes him seriously. He's been laughed at out of every major university in the world. In fact, the only place that'll hire him... I love this OMG. Thank you. I'm glad. Hire him is Jerome Horowitz Elementary School. Hopefully, nobody at the school will laugh at his name or make a comic book about him, because if just one more person makes fun of Professor P. Poopy Pants, it might just drive him to the deep end. This looks like a job for Captain Underpants. Ah, here we go. The last page. We're sorry if you got in trouble for shouting kabloosh. See page 33. Please send a self-addressed stamped business-sized envelope to I got in trouble for shouting kabloosh, C/O Scholastic Inc. P.O. Box 711 New York, or New York, NY, and then a bunch of numbers. We'll send you something fun. I never actually send anything in to these guys. I feel like I should after all these years. But apparently they do actually send you stuff. I think they just send you stickers or whatever. And with that, that is the end of the first 3 Captain Underpants books. Thank you all for sticking around with me. I was going to play Cult of the Lamb, however, we're going to have to postpone that because I feel like absolute garbage right now. At least my stomach does. And I need some rest. And reading books for basically around 5 hours, we'll do that to anyone. Let's see if there's anyone who we can raid. Thank you everyone for stopping by, showing up, talking, chatting, relaxing, listening, reading along. It means a lot. And I wouldn't have done any of this if it weren't for you guys. Thanks again for 700 followers. It really does mean a lot. Our next follower goal will be 800 followers, which doing that, we will be watching a movie, an old movie that we can kind of skirt around watching because it is open domain. So stay tuned. I won't be revealing what movie it is until we reach the goal. So tell your friends. And if you haven't followed already, give me a follow, I guess. I don't know. If you listen to me rant and rave about Captain Underpants these past couple of hours. Let's go find somebody to raid. And if there's nobody, then fuck me, I guess. I don't know. Oh, fucking Christ. Which, I hope everyone has a great rest of their day. And whoever we raid, I hope you guys treat them well. Give them a follow if you haven't followed them already. If it's somebody who if you don't know. Who should we raid? Kitty's live. I feel like I should raid Kitty. I haven't. I'll go raid them. Let me go raid the cat boy. Also, let me go return the lamb totem stuff back to Moon. Raid channel X Kitty. Oh fuck. X Kitty. Make pancakes. Start the raid. Thanks again, everyone, for showing up, sticking around, and for making streaming a really fun thing for me to do. I love and appreciate you all. And please, if you haven't already, give Kitty a follow. A very talented streamer. I'll see you guys in the next one. Probably playing the rest of Wario Land 3 into Donkey Kong 64, maybe. I don't know. Thanks again. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.